By now you understand that cyber criminals target any organization, big or small, if their security posture is not robust. They leverage security vulnerabilities to gain access to confidential and sensitive information. Therefore, organizations must comply with changing laws and industry standards to maintain security control and avoid any breaches. This means becoming proactive and not only reactive by continuously monitoring and assessing devices, networks, and systems to put measures in place that detect and mitigate data breach threats. Failing to do so can lead to penalties and mistrust between customers and stakeholders. This course is designed to benefit anyone interested in cybersecurity, whether you aspire to start a career in the field, advance your cybersecurity career, or simply brush up on your skills. You'll gain a thorough understanding of the different compliance and industry standards to ensure you manage your cybersecurity. With that in mind, let's go over what your learning journey covers over the next coming weeks. To begin, you'll explore security administration. Specifically, you'll learn about the principles of cloud security planning with security requirements such as the awareness of access, authentication, and authorization management. You'll also learn about disaster recovery planning and data backup for information systems and services. You'll explore the Azure Cloud Adoption Framework, or CAF, how to design a security plan, and data management and administration consisting of Microsoft's privacy principles. This week concludes with maintaining the availability and continuity of Azure. Here, you'll discover concepts including continuity planning and availability and resiliency. In the following week, you'll explore compliance management with a focus on the importance of data and records management. You'll begin by investigating Microsoft Purview, a solution that unites data governance, information protection, risk management, and compliance functionalities. Then, compliance frameworks and records will give you the necessary insight into various management policies to maintain compliance. You'll address data lifecycle management, data loss prevention, information protection, managing records and privacy, as well as automated audits. Next, you'll learn about insider risk threat detection and mitigation, and complete an exercise on how to use Azure security solutions to detect and respond to threats. Microsoft Purview has a feature to monitor communications and identify potentially harmful interactions such as negative or offensive language. You'll realize you can implement policies that monitor infractions like insider trading or implement defensive strategies to determine further incidents. Furthermore, you'll examine information protection and the data lifecycle in more detail. Thereafter, you'll comprehend that regulations are industry and geopolitical specific with a focus on Information Security Management Act, or ISMA. Next, you'll learn about International Organization for Standardization, or ISO standards, and how they relate to cybersecurity compliance. At this stage, you'll realize that the Azure Blueprint can be leveraged to enforce compliance behaviors. The week ends with more about control objectives for information and related technologies, or COBIT. Specifically, you'll learn about the fundamental elements and how to monitor change in the context of NIST, which is the National Institute of Standards and Technology, COBIT, and the Microsoft Azure Audit program. And finally, you'll apply what you've learned by creating your own compliance strategy for the end-of-course project. This will help you demonstrate your understanding of the key concepts and the best practices for implementing and maintaining organizational compliance. Watch, pause, rewind, and rewatch the videos until you are confident in your skills. Then, consolidate your knowledge by consulting the course readings and measuring your understanding of key topics by completing the different knowledge checks and quizzes. This will prepare you to take the SC 900 exam on Microsoft security, compliance, and identity fundamentals. Modern organizations run on robust but intricate systems with resources distributed across local and cloud services. This means that operations must run smoothly, even in the event of an unexpected outage. This outage or failure will have an impact on the organization, as well as the time taken to recover from it. With the ever-increasing reliance on distributed systems, it is more crucial than ever for technology-dependent businesses to implement a robust disaster recovery plan, establish effective data backup, and practice secure electronic data disposal. In this video, you'll discover how a solution like Microsoft Azure can provide an enterprise with comprehensive solutions in these domains. Azure's Virtual Desktop Service employs business continuity and disaster recovery, or BCDR strategies, to safeguard customer metadata during outages. The service infrastructure components can switch over to a backup system or secondary location to preserve operational continuity. This is known as failover. Azure offers a comprehensive range of BCDR services, including Azure Backup and Azure Site Recovery, or ASR. You'll explore the role these solutions play in the BCDR process a bit later. These services are cost-effective, secure, and scalable, ensuring data protection and application recovery with low recovery point and recovery time objectives. Azure's cloud-based structure promotes high availability and resilience, enabling rapid recovery during disruptions or data corruption. In anticipation of regional outages, it's advisable to replicate personal virtual machines, or VMs, to a different Azure region as a secondary location to ensure uninterrupted user access. In addition, user identities need to be made accessible at the secondary location using methods such as profile containers. An alternative to VM replication could be deploying multiple pooled host pools across regions. These allow for multiple users to access the host VM at the same time. When strategizing for potential outages, it's essential to account for various aspects of your IT infrastructure. This might include a virtual network to maintain network connectivity using redundant connections or automated failover to a secondary network. Virtual machines, as you can replicate VMs or deploy non-persistent host pools across Azure regions to keep applications available. And user and app data by using FSLogic's profile containers to replicate data in a secondary location. FSLogix is a solution for enhancing the user experience in virtual desktop computing environments. You'll also want to consider user identities, which can be managed by services like Azure Active Directory to remain available during outages. And application dependencies, as it is important to plan for line of business applications dependencies to fail over to the secondary location. Your disaster recovery strategy can be either active-passive or active-active based on resource allocation and cost considerations. In an active-active configuration, all systems or locations are running and serving user traffic concurrently. In contrast, an active-passive approach keeps the secondary network on standby until it is needed for failover. Azure Site Recovery Facilities VM, replication and failover, allowing a range of options based on VM configuration. Next, let's go over virtual machine replication, a key element of disaster recovery. This involves creating a copy of VM's data and state, often in a different geographic location, to keep applications running during an outage or disaster. The Azure Site Recovery Service facilitates this process, supporting replication both between Azure regions and from on-premises infrastructure to Azure. You can customize your VM replication based on your needs and VM setup. For instance, you could replicate all VMs using ASR, create a new host pool in the failover region, or establish a host pool with VMs built in both primary and failover regions. Availability sets in Azure, which are logical groupings of VMs, are critical for maintaining application availability, ensuring VM resources are isolated to minimize the impact of hardware or software failures. ASR is easily managed via the Azure portal and is automatically updated with new features, keeping your VM replication strategy up to date. Azure provides robust services for data backup, including Azure Backup, supporting various workloads like files, virtual machines, databases, and more. This service offers secure, application-consistent backups with encryption for data at rest and in transit. Backups are stored in a geographically distant location, enhancing protection against data loss from natural disasters or outages. Azure emphasizes the importance of well-informed IT staff and users for efficient and secure operations. To this end, it provides a multitude of resources, including Azure Knowledge Center, an online resource that answers frequently asked questions, Azure Architecture Center, which aids in the design and implementation of Azure-based solutions by offering design patterns, best practices, and reference architectures, and Azure Blog, which keeps users updated with Azure-related news, updates, features, and expert articles. This video introduced you to the basics of disaster recovery planning, effective data backup, and secure electronic data disposal, which are critical tasks for any technology-reliant business. You found that services like Microsoft Azure provide comprehensive solutions in these areas, including Azure's Virtual Desktop Service, Azure Backup, and Azure Site Recovery. The Azure platform also offers resources in various Azure topics. All these features combined make Azure a reliable and secure platform for handling disaster recovery and data backup, while also providing the necessary training and education for IT staff and users. In today's data-driven world, the security of information is of utmost importance. With the advent of cloud computing, corporations are increasingly moving their operations online. Primary concerns around digital security are data security, network security, and physical security. By the end of this video, you'll have a comprehensive understanding of these aspects and Microsoft Azure's approach to securing its infrastructure. Let's start with how Azure ensures that data is protected and how it is disposed when no longer needed. Microsoft Azure security policy strictly governs the access to customer data, which is denied by default to operations and support personnel. Data access is granted on a need-to-know basis, following a just-in-time model under strictly audited policies aligned with compliance and privacy standards. No user or administrator has default access to customer virtual machines, and only the least privilege that's necessary is granted for tasks. All Azure support personnel are assigned unique Active Directory accounts managed by Microsoft Information Technology, and multi-factor authentication is required from secure consoles for access. Azure provides robust data security, implementing logical isolation for data segregation in its multi-tenant service, which ensures separate storage of customer data and prevents unauthorized access. Customers can encrypt data at rest in Azure with solutions such as Azure Key Vault, disk encryption, and storage service encryption. For in-transit data protection, Microsoft provides options such as virtual private networks, transport layer security, and protocols directly on Azure VMs, along with encryption for all Azure traffic between data centers. Microsoft also ensures data redundancy with 3 different storage options. These are locally redundant storage, or LRS, which replicates data 3 times synchronously in a single physical location in the primary region, zone redundant storage, or ZRS, which distributes copies across 3 Azure availability zones in the primary region, and geo-redundant storage, or GRS, which applies LRS and then duplicates these copies in a secondary region in a geographically distant location. When data is deleted or a contract is terminated, Microsoft adheres to strict standards for data deletion and physical hardware destruction. Microsoft does not claim ownership over customer data and does not monitor the data stored on Azure. Lastly, for e-discovery, Azure customers are responsible for their data preservation and can request exports from Azure Customer Support. Microsoft employs NIST 888 compliant procedures and a wiping solution for data-bearing services. NIST 888 is a set of guidelines that specify how to adequately remove data from storage media. If a hard drive cannot be wiped, it undergoes a destruction process such as disintegration, shredding, pulverization, or incineration, which makes data recovery impossible. The disposal method is selected based on the asset type, and all records of destruction are retained. At the end of a system's lifecycle, Microsoft adheres to similar rigorous data handling and hardware disposal procedures to prevent your data from falling into untrusted hands. A secure erasure method is utilized for compatible hard drives, while those that cannot be wiped undergo a similar destruction process. Next, let's move on to the Azure approach for network security. The Azure network architecture, which is instrumental in providing connectivity from the internet to Azure data centers, is used across all workloads deployed on Azure, including IaaS, PaaS, and SaaS. It consists of 4 main components. The Edge network, which serves as a demarcation point between Microsoft and other networks, enabling Internet and Express Route peering into Azure. The Wide Area Network, a globally spanning backbone network that links Azure regions. The Regional Gateways Network, a point of aggregation for all data centers within an Azure region, providing high inter-data center connectivity, and the data center network, offering connectivity between servers within the data center. This network is built with redundancy at all levels to ensure maximum availability, from physical hardware to control protocols. As a modified version of a multi-stage circuit switching network, more commonly known as a closed network, the data center network minimizes the impact of individual hardware failures and environmental events. It utilizes OSI model layer 3 routing to eliminate traffic loops and employs equal cost multipath or ECMP routing for high redundancy and bandwidth. Finally, let's discuss the physical measures implemented by Microsoft to safeguard data at its data centers. A dedicated division manages these facilities, utilizing a multi-layered approach to deter unauthorized physical access to data and data center resources. Security protocols include pre-visit access request and approval based on valid business justification, visitor access controls with temporary badges, and constant escorts for visitors. Additional measures include perimeters with tall fences, surveillance cameras, and security patrols. Entry is monitored by trained security officers, while inside the building, two-factor authentication with biometrics and stringent access restrictions to approved areas are enforced. The data center floor itself is subject to full-body metal detection screenings and video surveillance, with strict controls on device authorization to prevent unauthorized data transfer. These measures ensure the highest levels of security at all times and are the ultimate expression of the defense in-depth concepts. In this video, you learned how Microsoft Azure applies a comprehensive, multifaceted approach to security. It ensures data security by strictly controlling and auditing access, implementing logical isolation for data segregation, and offering extensive encryption capabilities for data at rest and in transit. Data disposal procedures comply with NIST 888 and the maintenance of rigorous data handling and hardware disposal standards, which safeguard against data breaches from obsolete hardware. The network security is upheld through a well-structured and resilient network architecture designed for optimal performance and safety. And Azure's physical security features stringent access control protocols, secure facility perimeters, rigorous surveillance, and preventative measures against unauthorized data transfer. These measures collectively exemplify Microsoft Azure's commitment to safeguarding its clients' data integrity and trust in the increasingly data-centric world. In an age where data is a commodity, enterprises rely on multiple applications to manage, process, and analyze vast amounts of information. However, such arrangements can open doors to potential vulnerabilities and threats that can wreak havoc on an organization. Fortunately, awareness of the dangers and taking steps to protect against them can greatly improve your organization's security. In this video, you'll identify common vulnerabilities and threats to enterprise applications, become familiar with the fundamentals of application security, and explore the security risks associated with Enterprise Application Integration, or EAI. This is the practice of connecting standalone applications to share data and work together to automate certain workflows. It is a critical aspect of modern-day businesses, responsible for ensuring that various applications within an organization work in harmony. However, it comes with a set of vulnerabilities and threats. Understanding the vulnerabilities and threats that enterprise applications face is a first step in securing them. Let's identify a few of them. Data breaches are a common outcome of attackers targeting sensitive data transmitted between applications. In a man-in-the-middle attack, an attacker secretly intercepts and potentially alters the communication between two parties. Denial of service, or DOS, is an attack in which the perpetrator seeks to make a network resource unavailable by overwhelming it with traffic. And malware and ransomware attacks involve malicious software that infiltrates networks, sometimes encrypting data and demanding ransom for its release. But dangers aren't limited to direct attacks, as there are also problems related to insecure configurations. These include API vulnerabilities, as poorly secured APIs can be exploited to gain unauthorized access to data. Inadequate authentication and authorization, which allow unauthorized users to access sensitive data and authenticated users to access more data than required. And SQL injection, which refers to attackers manipulating an insecure application's SQL queries to gain unauthorized access to a database. There is also cross-site scripting, or XSS, which occurs when an attacker injects malicious scripts into web pages viewed by other users, compromising their interaction with the application. A security misconfiguration is when applications and systems are not configured correctly, leaving the organization susceptible to attacks. And finally, you have data exposure, meaning that sensitive data like passwords, financial information, or personal data, if not properly encrypted, can be exposed to unauthorized parties. To mitigate the threats that enterprise applications face, there are fundamental security practices that organizations should adopt. Implementation of robust authentication and authorization mechanisms ensures that users can only access data and resources that are necessary for their roles. Applying the principle of least privilege gives users only the privileges they need and reduces the risk of unauthorized data access, while input validation validates and sanitizes all user inputs to prevent injection attacks. Having a secure configuration means regularly updating and securely configuring all elements of the application ecosystem, including firewalls, routers, and the applications themselves. Encryption of sensitive data, both in transit and at rest, ensures that even access data is unreadable. Monitoring and logging means continuously observing network and application activities. Detailed logs should be maintained for future analysis in case of an incident. Regular audits should be conducted to assess vulnerabilities, and patches and updates are best applied promptly. Adopting secure coding practices minimize vulnerabilities in application software. And having a well-drafted incident response plan ensures that the organization can promptly and effectively address any security issues that arise. Lastly, integrating applications increases the complexity of the system and inadvertently the attack surface. Let's examine some risks specifically associated with applications integration. For one, more applications mean a more complex network, which can make it more difficult to maintain security. Dependency risks involve integrated applications that depend on each other. A vulnerability in one application may propagate through the system. Applications integration usually involves aggregation of data from various sources. If an attacker gains access to the integration layer, they may have access to a goldmine of sensitive information. And because middleware is often employed for integration, vulnerabilities in middleware can expose the entire integrated environment. In this video, you found that enterprise application integration can enhance organizational efficiency, but its intricate nature also makes it vulnerable to numerous security threats. Proactive identification of common vulnerabilities, such as data breaches, API weaknesses, and SQL injections, coupled with implementation of security fundamentals including robust authentication, encryption, and regular audits, can fortify the enterprise against these threats. By fostering a culture of security vigilance and continual adaptation to emerging threats, businesses can harness the immense benefits of application integration while ensuring the integrity and security of their critical data and systems. As the digital footprint of enterprises expands, so does the necessity for vigilant security measures. An essential component of cybersecurity is log collection, analysis, and retention. These tasks are important for detecting and investigating suspicious activity, identifying patterns of behavior that may signify a security breach, and supporting incident response. Furthermore, maintaining logs ensures compliance with industry regulations and aids in system troubleshooting and proactive security enhancements. Microsoft Azure, a renowned cloud computing platform, offers extensive features for managing security logs. In this video, you'll explore how Azure handles security log collection and analysis, discuss techniques for using Azure for log retention, and delve into managing third-party vendor security and compliance. Security log collection and analysis is a critical component of Azure Security that accumulates and scrutinizes logs for suspicious activity or security anomalies. Let's explore the tools in Azure that makes this possible. Azure Monitor empowers users to collect, analyze, and act on telemetry data from cloud and on-premises environments and then produce logs. It allows ingestion of data from sources like application logs, Windows event logs, and Azure activity logs. Azure Monitor Logs is a feature that stores and analyzes log data, providing insights and allowing for troubleshooting issues and understanding trends over time. Azure Sentinel is Microsoft's cloud-native security information and event management, or SIEM service. It combines security logs and events across the enterprise environment, leveraging the scalability and power of Azure to detect, analyze, and mitigate security threats in real time. Log Analytics workspaces are containers that collate data from Azure Monitor Logs. They allow users to consolidate large volumes of data, allowing for advanced searches and applying machine learning algorithms to aid in detecting threats. Now that you know about the services used to log and analyze data, let's go over the steps and configurations for retaining security logs in Azure. To retain logs, you'll need to enable and configure diagnostic settings on the Azure resources. This will allow you to stream log data to different destinations, such as Log Analytics workspaces, Azure storage accounts, or event hubs. You'll also need to create a Log Analytics workspace within Azure Monitor to store the logs collected. This workspace will serve as the centralized repository for your log data. Azure allows you to set data retention policies for your logs. You can define the duration for retaining the log data in your workspace, which can range from a few days to several years. Finally, you should implement Azure policies to enforce consistent monitoring and log retention settings across your resources. This ensures uniformity in log collection practices within your organization. You should know that third-party vendors can introduce security risks into your Azure environment. Managing their security and compliance is vital and can be done by standardizing a few practices. Conduct a comprehensive risk assessment before engaging with vendors. Evaluate the vendor's security practices and ensure they align with your organization's standards. Implement role-based access control, or RBAC, to grant minimal necessary permissions to third-party vendors. RBAC ensures that vendors have access only to the resources they require, reducing the risk of unauthorized access. Use Azure Monitor and Azure Sentinel to keep an eye on vendor activities within your environment. Setting up alerts for abnormal or suspicious activities can help in early detection of security incidents. Verify that the third-party vendors adhere to the compliance standards and regulations that are pertinent to your industry. Use Azure Compliance Manager to assess and manage compliance across your Azure environment. Periodically review and audit the security practices of third-party vendors. Ensure that they are maintaining high security standards and complying with regulations. Use Azure Private Link to ensure that the traffic between Azure services and users is kept on the Microsoft network. This can reduce exposure to threats and secure third-party interactions with your Azure environment. Ensure that any data shared with or handled by third-party vendors is encrypted both in transit and at rest. Using Azure Key Vault for managing encryption keys and secrets can enhance security. Collaborate with third-party vendors to establish a well-defined incident response plan. This plan should detail how to react swiftly and efficiently in the event of a security breach or any other incidents. And finally, ensure that all security requirements and obligations are clearly stated in contractual agreements with third-party vendors. This should include compliance requirements, data handling policies, and the responsibility in case of a security breach. In this video, you found out why log collection, analysis, and retention are imperative for maintaining a secure and compliant environment. Azure offers robust tools like Azure Monitor Logs and Azure Sentinel for collecting and analyzing security logs. By configuring retention policies, archiving data, and employing backup strategies, enterprises can effectively use Azure for log retention. However, as businesses often rely on third-party vendors, it is critical to manage their security and compliance diligently. Azure features such as RBAC, Azure Policy, and Compliance Manager can help in setting the proper access controls and ensuring compliance. Conducting vendor risk assessments, encrypting data, and having an incident response plan are essential measures. Moreover, defining clear security obligations in contractual agreements with third-party vendors is a must. Up to now, you've been made aware of Microsoft Azure's capabilities as a comprehensive cloud computing solution. This covers critical needs such as disaster preparation and recovery, secure application integration, and handling security logs. But what are the technologies that make all this possible? In this video, you'll become familiar with a range of Azure security services tailored for today's businesses. These include Azure Front Door, which optimizes and secures global web applications, Azure Private Link, ensuring private access to Azure services, Azure Key Vault for safeguarding cryptographic keys and certificates, Azure Application Gateway for web traffic balancing and protection, and Azure Policy for managing security policies over resources. Together, these tools bolster the security framework of Azure-based infrastructures. Now, let's explore each of them one at a time in greater depth. Azure Front Door is an essential component of Microsoft's Global Edge Network, serving as an application delivery network, or ADN, that offers Layer 7 load balancing capabilities for web applications. As a scalable and secure entry point, Azure Front Door uses Dynamic Site Acceleration, or DSA, to improve performance of dynamic websites and global load balancing to achieve near real-time failover. Combined with a split TCP-based Anycast protocol, this ensures superior application performance and rapid delivery of global web applications. Intelligent health probe monitoring for backend resources ensures the availability and reliability of applications, while URL path-based routing directs requests efficiently and supports the hosting of multiple websites. Azure Front Door also features cookie-based session affinity and web application firewall alongside end-to-end transport layer security, or TLS, for secure communication. Security, being an indispensable aspect of any web application, is prominently addressed in Azure Front Door. DDoS protection is incorporated to safeguard against distributed denial of service attacks. Additionally, web application firewall policies can be used in conjunction with Azure Front Door to provide global protection for inbound HTTP or HTTPS connections across Azure regions. It's also recommended to configure Azure Front Door with operational excellence in mind by ensuring that traffic is re-encrypted for secure communication to the backend. As a global service, Azure Front Door is not limited to a specific Azure region, thereby serving as a high availability solution for organizations seeking a globally scalable application infrastructure. Azure Private Link offers a secure way to access Azure PaaS services and services hosted in Azure over a private endpoint in your virtual network, eliminating exposure to the public internet. Traffic between your virtual network and the service travels over the Microsoft backbone network, which provides a robust, secure connection. When Private Link is enabled on Azure Front Door Premium, a private endpoint is created. Upon approval, the Private Link connection is established and a private IP address is assigned from the Azure Front Door managed virtual network. The establishment of this private link ensures that incoming traffic to your origin is secured when arriving at your Azure Front Door. Azure Key Vault offers a secure, cloud-based storage system for cryptographic keys, certificates, and other sensitive data. It enables organizations to tightly control access to such data and maintain its confidentiality and integrity. Security features include network restrictions, allowing specific IP addresses to access the vaults, Azure Private Link Service integration, and TLS and HTTPS protocols to ensure secure, authenticated, and authorized communication. Organizations should ensure applications accessing the Key Vault service run on a platform that supports TLS 1.2 or a recent version for optimal security. Azure Application Gateway is a web traffic load balancer that enables you to manage traffic to your web applications. Security features include a web application firewall, which provides centralized protection of your web applications from common exploits and vulnerabilities. It also allows secure sockets layer or SSL termination at the gateway, reducing the load on internal servers and improving application performance. Azure Policy is a service in Azure that you use to create, assign, and manage policies. These policies enforce different rules and effects over your resources, helping you maintain corporate standards and service compliance. Azure policies can control properties such as locations, tags, Azure resources, and much more. For instance, you can enforce a policy that only allows the creation of storage accounts with secure transfer enabled, enhancing data security. Azure Policy is also integrated with Azure Security Center and Azure Advisor, offering additional insights and recommendations for resource security. In this video, you became aware of Microsoft Azure's assortment of robust, reliable, and flexible security services that help businesses safeguard their cloud environments. Azure Front Door, Azure Private Link, Azure Key Vault, Azure Application Gateway, and Azure Policy offer a comprehensive toolkit for a secure infrastructure, protecting sensitive data and applications. In today's ever-evolving threat landscape, harnessing the power of these services is imperative for any organization seeking to maintain the security and integrity of their cloud deployments. In the constantly evolving landscape of modern enterprise, organizations are steadily embracing the cloud as an avenue for innovation, scalability, and efficiency. Azure Cloud Adoption Framework, or CAF, emerges as an integral part of this journey, aiding businesses to navigate the cloud adoption lifecycle skillfully. In this video, you'll explore Azure CAF as well as best practices for planning, design, identity, and access management. You'll further learn about the integration of Azure into an existing IT environment. Azure CAF is an all-encompassing framework that consolidates best practices, documentation, and tools. It fosters an environment where cloud architects, IT professionals, and business decision makers can effectively achieve their cloud adoption objectives. Azure CAF is a comprehensive approach that encompasses a spectrum of methodologies. It uses the following methodologies to support organizations throughout the cloud adoption lifecycle: manage, govern, and organize. Essentially, it combines the wisdom of Microsoft, partners, and customers to provide tools, guidance, and narratives that shape strategy, plan, ready, migrate, innovate, and secure technology, business, and people strategies. This contributes to delivering optimal business outcomes through cloud adoption. Let's explore the Cloud Adoption Framework lifecycle a bit further. The Microsoft Cloud Adoption Framework for Azure is designed to support organizations through the entire lifecycle of cloud adoption through a range of methodologies. Each methodology is aimed at addressing specific aspects of the cloud adoption journey and helps organizations overcome common challenges. Here is an overview of the lifecycle covering the following 9 phases. Strategy focuses on defining the business justification for adopting cloud technologies. This involves understanding the business objectives and determining the expected outcomes of cloud adoption. Plan involves developing actionable adoption plans that are aligned with business outcomes. This might include creating a timeline, defining resource requirements, and identifying the key milestones. Ready is the phase where the organization prepares the cloud environment for the planned changes. This includes setting up the required infrastructure and ensuring that the cloud environment is configured according to the organization's requirements. Migrate is where the organization begins migrating and modernizing existing workloads to the cloud. It includes the actual movement of data, applications, and other elements from the on-premises environment to the cloud. Innovate follows the migration phase and shifts focus to developing new cloud-native or hybrid solutions. Next is secure, and as you know, security is an ongoing process. This phase focuses on continuously improving security measures to protect data and applications in the cloud environment. Manage involves managing the operations for cloud and hybrid solutions. It specifically includes monitoring, performance management, and ensuring that the cloud environment is running efficiently. Govern is about implementing policies and controls to manage and monitor cloud resources effectively. And finally, Organize allows the organization to align teams and roles supporting cloud adoption efforts, such as ensuring clear communication and well-defined roles and responsibilities. The development lifecycle also plays an important role, particularly when it comes to adopting cloud technologies. It encompasses considerations and recommendations for repository strategies, branch strategies, automated builds, deployments, and rollbacks during automatic landing zone creation. Note that in this context, a rollback strategy during automatic landing zone creation means having a plan to revert the landing zone to its previous state if there are issues during its automatic creation. For example, adopting a version control system like Git is recommended for flexibility in code sharing and management. The Cloud Adoption Framework brings together best practices, documentation, tools, and assessments to enable a structured approach to cloud adoption. This helps organizations in better aligning their business and technical strategies, ensuring success in their cloud adoption journey. One critical area in cloud adoption is planning and design. It's always a good idea to follow best practices to ensure success in these areas. CAF provides best practices in formulating strategies, planning actionable adoption, preparing cloud environments, migrating existing workloads, developing new solutions, security improvement, management of cloud and hybrid solutions, governance, and organization. It's important to define business justification and expected outcomes. Additionally, prepare the cloud environment to accommodate planned changes by setting up management, security, governance tools, and putting operational compliance policies in place. Organizations must establish a landing zone that incorporates security, governance, and compliance. Furthermore, they should be ready to migrate and modernize existing workloads while innovating through developing new cloud-native or hybrid solutions. This ensures sustainability of the adopted cloud architecture. You're familiar with Identity and Access Management, or IAM. Using IAM in the Azure CAF establishes a foundation for managing identity and access. At its core, IAM ensures that only authorized individuals can access the right resources at the right time for the right reasons. This is achieved through identity authentication and authorization controls. IAM also acts as boundary security in the public cloud. Azure Active Directory, or Azure AD, is at the heart of identity management and provides a base level of access control and identity management for Azure resources. The level of integration with an existing on-premises identity infrastructure can be achieved through options like directory synchronization and Active Directory Federation services. So, what are the considerations when integrating Azure into an existing IT environment? Well, first, consider the identity integration requirements. These requirements hinge on factors such as the complexity of the organization's on-premises Active Directory infrastructure and the necessity for a consistent set of identities, groups, and roles between on-premises and cloud environments. Additionally, support for applications that depend on legacy authentication mechanisms might necessitate deploying Active Directory domain services in the cloud. The integration process should be iterative, allowing for gradual refinement and maturation of the cloud identity solution. In this video, you learned that Azure Cloud Adoption Framework plays a vital role in ensuring a smooth and effective cloud adoption process. You also learned about best practices to help align business and technology strategies. Specifically, planning and design and identity and access management are critical components. You then concluded with the integration of Azure into an existing IT environment. Security is a critical aspect of any cloud adoption journey, and the Microsoft Cloud Adoption Framework, or CAF, for Azure provides a comprehensive approach to address security considerations. As organizations embrace the cloud, they must ensure that their data, applications, and infrastructure are protected from potential threats. The Microsoft Cloud Adoption Framework, or CAF, offers a structured methodology to guide organizations in implementing security measures that align with their business goals and objectives. In this video, you'll explore 5 key points of security in the Azure CAF. This includes access control with a zero-trust approach, security operations focusing on detection, including response and recovery, asset protection strategies, security governance for maintaining a consistent security posture, and innovative security practices that align with operational practices. Let's begin with access control utilizing a zero-trust approach. In the Azure CAF, access control plays a critical role in ensuring the security and integrity of cloud resources and services. By utilizing the zero-trust model, the framework promotes a more rigorous approach to security by operating on the assumption that threats can exist both outside and within an organization's network. This means that trust is never assumed and verification is required from everyone trying to access resources in the network, regardless of whether they are within an organization's perimeter or not. The principles of zero trust include assuming a breach is always possible. It explicitly verifies the identity and context of the user or device requesting access and adheres to the principle of least privilege to perform their functions. This approach coincides with robust authentication mechanisms, which may include multi-factor authentication and stringent authorization policies that define what actions users can perform with the accessible data. By doing so, the zero-trust model in Azure CAF adds security layers that minimize the risk of unauthorized access and data breaches. This creates a more resilient and secure cloud environment. Let's examine security operations involving detection, response, and recovery. Effective security operations are crucial for identifying, mitigating, and recovering from security incidents in the cloud. The Azure CAF emphasizes the importance of detection, response, and recovery capabilities. Organizations should implement robust monitoring systems, leverage threat intelligence, establish incident response plans to detect security threats, respond promptly to incidents, and recover their systems to a secure state. By adopting proactive security operations practices, organizations begin to minimize the impact of security breaches and maintain the integrity of their cloud environment. This begins with security operations, or SecOps, culture. SecOps performed by engineers are considered the most valuable assets. Now, SecOps culture emphasizes the integration of security operations with an organization's mission and goals. There are 3 key cultural elements that form the foundation of an effective SecOps culture. The first is mission alignment. Security operations should always have a clear understanding of how their work connects to the overall organization's mission and goals. Next is continuous learning. Security operations involves detailed work with constant changes because attackers are creative and persistent. It's critical to continuously learn and work to automate highly repetitive or highly manual tasks. These types of tasks can quickly wear down morale and team effectiveness. Ensure that the culture rewards learning, finding, and fixing these pain points. Finally, there's teamwork. Working alone with security operations isn't effective nor efficient. Nobody is as smart as the whole team together. Teamwork also makes a high-pressure working environment more enjoyable and productive. It's important that everyone support each other, learn from one another, share insights, and coordinate and check each other's work. Next is asset protection, which involves implementing strategies and measures to safeguard critical assets in the cloud. Organizations must identify their valuable data, applications, and infrastructure components and implement appropriate security controls to protect them from unauthorized access, data breaches, and other security risks. This includes implementing encryption, data classification, and data loss prevention mechanisms. By prioritizing asset protection, organizations reduce the risk of data loss, ensure compliance with regulatory requirements, and maintain the confidentiality, integrity, and availability of their resources. The Microsoft Cloud Adoption Framework emphasizes the need for organizations to establish clear security policies, procedures, and controls to comply with security standards and regulatory requirements. So, how do you maintain a consistent security posture? Well, security governance is essential for maintaining a consistent and up-to-date security posture in the cloud. By regularly assessing the security posture, conducting audits, and implementing security best practices, organizations can mitigate risks, address vulnerabilities, and maintain a strong security posture throughout their cloud adoption journey. Innovation is a driving force in the cloud environment, and security must align with operational practices to ensure effective protection. The Microsoft Cloud Adoption Framework recognizes the importance of integrating security with DevOps practices, also referred to as DevSecOps. It's important to align security approaches with operational processes. By embedding security controls and considerations into the development and deployment pipelines, organizations can foster a culture of security and enable continuous security improvements. This approach allows organizations to balance security requirements with business enablement goals and drive innovation without compromising on security. In this video, you learned about the 5 key points of security in the Azure Cloud Adoption Framework. This includes access control with a zero-trust approach, security operations focusing on detection with response and recovery, asset protection strategies, security governance for maintaining a consistent security posture, and innovative security practices that align with operational practices. You now understand that security is a critical aspect of any cloud adoption journey, and the Microsoft Cloud Adoption Framework for Azure provides a comprehensive approach to address security considerations. In an age where data breaches and cyber attacks are rampant, data privacy is of paramount importance. As a technology leader, Microsoft employs 6 governing principles for managing data to ensure that privacy is respected. These are control, transparency, security, legal protections, no content-based targeting, and benefits for the customer. In this video, you'll be introduced to each of these principles and discover how, together, they serve as a roadmap for best practices in administering and managing customer data. Let's start with control. Control as a principle puts the power in the hands of the users. Microsoft gives users the ability to manage data collection and usage. This includes data localization, which means deciding where data resides, and access control, which allows users to determine who can access it. Empowering users to have control over their data is essential in establishing trust and ensuring that data handling is aligned with user preferences. Your control is reinforced by Microsoft compliance with broadly applicable privacy laws and privacy standards. Transparency is vital in enabling users to make informed decisions regarding their data. Microsoft upholds this principle by keeping users well informed about how their data is collected, processed, and shared. Reports are published on government requests for data, and resources are available for users to learn more about Microsoft's privacy practices. Transparent operations allow users to be cognizant of how their data is utilized, which is crucial for building trust. With the growing presence of cyber threats, strong security is more important than ever. Microsoft employs robust security measures, such as encryption and firewalls, to protect customer data. Moreover, their Security Development Lifecycle, or SDL, ensures continuous evaluation and enhancement of security features. SDL refers to a set of 12 practices that help organizations stay compliant with regulations and meet security assurance standards. These practices are providing training, defining security requirements, defining metrics and compliance reporting, performing threat modeling, establishing design requirements, and defining and using cryptography standards. Businesses should also manage the security risk of third-party components, use approved tools, perform static analysis security testing, perform dynamic analysis security testing, perform penetration testing, and establish a standard incident response process. By prioritizing security, Microsoft minimizes the risk of data breaches and unauthorized access, hence safeguarding the integrity and confidentiality of customer data. State-of-the-art encryption protects your data both at rest and in transit, and encryption protocols erect barriers against unauthorized access to the data. This includes 2 or more independent encryption layers to protect against compromises of any one layer. All Microsoft-managed encryption keys are secured and work with Azure Key Vault to help you control access to passwords, encryption keys, and other secrets. Microsoft upholds local privacy laws and advocates for the legal protection of privacy as a basic human right. They safeguard user data through meticulously outlined response policies, established processes, and strong contractual commitments, resorting to legal recourse when necessary. Microsoft maintains that all government requests for user data should be directed towards the user. They do not provide any government with direct or unrestricted access to customer data, nor do they disclose data to a government or law enforcement agency unless directed by the user or required by law. When user data is requested, the user is promptly informed and given a copy of the request unless legally prohibited. Microsoft pledges not to use data for advertising purposes and restricts disclosure to government agencies. This is crucial in an era where content-based targeting is a common practice. Businesses must make a similar commitment not to exploit customer data for purposes that haven't been explicitly agreed upon. Microsoft does not engage in using email, chat, files, or other personal content for the purpose of targeting advertising. Microsoft does not share user data with advertiser-supported services, nor do they mine the data for any purposes such as marketing research or advertising. When Microsoft does collect data, it's used to benefit customers and make their experiences better. For example, data may be gathered for troubleshooting for the prevention, detection, and repairing of problems affecting operations of services, improvement of features including increasing reliability and protection of services and data, and providing better customer experiences. In this video, you were introduced to the 6 governing principles that Microsoft adheres to for data management. These are control, transparency, security, legal protections, no content-based targeting, and benefits for the customer. So, what is the result of these principles? It means that users are empowered, trust is built, data is secured with encryption and firewalls, user rights are upheld, privacy is respected, and users gain a better service experience. Collectively, these principles form a robust framework that sets a high standard for data privacy and should inspire businesses to adopt similar practices for a more secure and privacy-conscious ecosystem. In today's digital age, data security and compliance are at the heart of any organization's operations. As businesses increasingly turn to cloud services for a range of functionalities, the need for reliable and secure platforms is paramount. One such platform is a Microsoft Service Trust Portal, or STP, a comprehensive resource providing tools and content to ensure the security and compliance of Microsoft's cloud services. In this video, you will be introduced to the uses, privacy tools, the compliance manager, and industry and regional information features of the Service Trust Portal. Let's start with a brief overview. You can access the portal by logging in with your Microsoft Cloud Services account and accepting a non-disclosure agreement. Once inside, you can explore various sections including certifications, regulations and standards, reports, white papers and artifacts, industry and regional resources, and resources for your organization. The portal contains a comprehensive document library that you can filter based on data and cloud service. It also allows for the saving of relevant documents to a personal library and provides notifications for updates. To cater to a global audience, the portal supports multiple languages and encourages users to provide feedback, continually aiming to enhance the user experience. Now, let's explore the uses of the Service Trust Portal. The Service Trust Portal, true to its name, fosters trust by enabling transparency and control over data and its security. One of the portal's main uses is offering access to a wide array of audit reports and white papers, which can help in understanding the security and compliance mechanisms in place. These resources also extend to Microsoft's range of products such as Azure, Microsoft 365, Dynamics 365, and Windows. Additionally, the portal assists organizations in keeping up with the evolving regulatory landscape. With sections dedicated to regulations and standards, it provides a readily accessible repository of documents related to industry and regional compliance requirements. One of the standout features of the Service Trust Portal is its focus on privacy and compliance. Microsoft has made a commitment to data privacy as part of its core values. To achieve this, the Service Trust Portal includes a newly introduced privacy area that offers guidance on responding to personal data breaches and tools for handling data subject requests. Notably, the Data Subject Requests or DSR section helps you to locate, export, and erase data across Microsoft's cloud services. This is crucial for organizations looking to comply with regulations such as the General Data Protection Regulation or GDPR, which place significant emphasis on individuals' rights to control their data. Additionally, the portal offers Data Protection Impact Assessments or DPIAs, providing the information needed to create DPIAs that evaluate data protection risks associated with various data processing activities. Another instrumental component of the Service Trust Portal is the Compliance Manager. This feature measures and assists you in tracking your progress in completing compliance activities. Especially relevant in the context of GDPR, Compliance Manager is equipped with tools and assessments that are integrated into the updated GDPR Detailed Assessment Toolkit. This proves invaluable for organizations aiming to maintain a high standard of compliance with complex regulations. Another crucial aspect is how the Service Trust Portal includes information specific to different industries and regions. This is significant because regulations and compliance requirements can vary based on industry and location. Having access to tailored information ensures that you can remain compliant with the specific requirements that pertain to your industry or region. This section includes documents that apply to the following industries and regions: financial services, containing resources elaborating regulatory compliance guidance by country or region; healthcare and life sciences, detailing capabilities offered by Microsoft for the healthcare industry; media and entertainment, containing media and entertainment industry resources; United States government, providing resources exclusively for US government customers; and regional resources, containing documents describing compliance of Microsoft's online services with various regional policies and regulations. In this video, you learned that the Microsoft Service Trust Portal stands as an indispensable ally for organizations seeking to bolster their data security and compliance measures in the era of cloud services. With its many resources, including audit reports, white papers, and industry and region-specific information, it paves the way for enhanced transparency and control over data. The addition of specialized tools, such as the Compliance Manager, help to facilitate adherence to regulations like GDPR. The Service Trust Portal helps to safeguard user data and foster a culture of trust and compliance in an increasingly interconnected world. In the modern business landscape, where digital transformation and cloud adoption are at the forefront, security remains a paramount concern. With the rapid acceleration of cloud technology, the potential attack surface for cyber threats has expanded, necessitating the development of advanced security mechanisms. One such mechanism is Cloud Security Posture Management, or CSPM, a fundamental element incorporated within Microsoft Defender for Cloud. In this video, you'll delve into the main features of CSPM and its integration with Microsoft Defender for Cloud. Let's begin with a brief overview. CSPM is a security solution focused on maintaining and enhancing cloud environment security through continuous assessment, monitoring, and automation. It provides insights into the existing security status, giving guidance on how to improve and maintain secure cloud configurations. CSPM has gained prominence for its ability to mitigate risks and maintain compliance by managing security policies and detecting configuration drifts. Microsoft Defender for Cloud integrates CSPM as a fundamental component. Defender for Cloud evaluates resources, subscriptions, and organizations for security issues and represents the security posture through a secure score, where a higher score indicates a lower risk level. CSPM in Defender for Cloud features both foundational and optional enhancements. Foundational capabilities include security recommendations, asset inventory, and secure score. The optional enhancements include attack path analysis, Cloud Security Explorer, advanced threat hunting, and security governance capabilities, among others. While the foundational CSPM capabilities are free, optional features are part of the Defender CSPM plan that incurs charges for servers, databases, and storage resources. Now that you've had an overview of CSPM, let's explore how it integrates with Microsoft Defender for Cloud in more detail. Microsoft Defender for Cloud is a unified cloud-native application protection platform offering extensive security for multi-cloud and hybrid environments. It ensures unified visibility of security posture across multiple cloud services and provides real-time access to critical risks and context-aware cloud security. By integrating CSPM, Defender for Cloud enables continuous assessments of multi-cloud environments. It monitors security postures with secure scores and provides visibility and contextual insights. Additionally, the integration helps in conducting proactive attack path analysis, managing security policies, and implementing security governance. Defender for Cloud uses the policies to periodically analyze the compliance status of your resources to identify potential security misconfigurations and weaknesses. It then provides you with recommendations on how to remediate those issues. Recommendations are the result of assessing your resources against relevant policies and identifying resources that don't meet your defined requirements. Defender for Cloud makes its security recommendations based on your chosen initiatives. Recommendations are actions for you to take to secure and harden your resources. Each recommendation provides you with the following information: a brief description of the issue, the remediation steps to carry out to implement the recommendation, and the affected resources. Defender for Cloud's CSPM is also equipped with agentless and agent-based vulnerability scanning, which is crucial for identifying vulnerabilities in cloud resources without requiring agents to be installed. Additionally, prioritized security alerts and automated workflows enable quick detection and response to threats. Another area where this integration is particularly beneficial is DevOps. Through Defender for Cloud's CSPM, organizations can enable governance for DevOps-related recommendations by activating the Defender CSPM plan on the Azure subscription hosting the DevOps connector. This ensures centralized insights for multi-pipeline and multi-cloud DevOps, thereby improving application development security. In this video, you learned how the integration of CSPM in Microsoft Defender for Cloud provides an innovative approach to fortifying cloud security in today's digitally driven business environment. Through continuous monitoring, assessments, and compliance evaluations, CSPM equips organizations with the tools necessary for maintaining secure cloud configurations and responding swiftly to vulnerabilities. Microsoft Defender for Cloud's integration with CSPM ensures a more cohesive, context-aware security platform across multi-cloud and hybrid ecosystems. Moreover, By providing actionable recommendations and offering both agentless and agent-based vulnerability scanning, it facilitates a more proactive stance in security governance. Particularly, the integration's contribution to securing DevOps highlights its indispensability in safeguarding not just the present, but also the future of cloud computing. In an age where cloud computing is revolutionizing the way organizations operate, resource governance plays an essential role in ensuring efficient and secure management of cloud resources. Microsoft Azure offers a suite of governance capabilities that empower organizations to maintain control over their resources and applications. In this video, you'll learn about resource governance in Azure and Explorer, Azure Policy, Azure Blueprints, and Microsoft Purview. Let's begin by examining Azure Governance, which encompasses a range of services and components that help you control and manage your cloud resources efficiently. Understanding and implementing these capabilities are prerequisites for maintaining the health and security of cloud infrastructure. With Azure's advanced set of governance capabilities, you can implement effective resource management strategies through components like Azure Management Groups, Azure Policy, Azure Blueprints, Azure Resource Graph, and cost management. Additionally, for applications involving containers and services, Azure Service Fabric enables resource governance to ensure fair allocation of resources among services. Next, let's explore Azure Policy, which is a pivotal component in resource governance that enables policy enforcement throughout the Azure environment. Through Azure Policy, you can define policies for resources, ensuring compliance with corporate standards and regulatory requirements. For example, you can set policies to ensure that virtual machines comply with specific configurations or that database services enforce a certain level of security. The Azure Policy Service allows you to assess the compliance state of your resources and take corrective actions when resources are non-compliant. It evaluates the properties of resources in Azure and Arc-enabled resources against business rules. These rules, described in JSON format, can be grouped into policy definitions or initiatives and assigned to different scopes like management groups, subscriptions, or individual resources. Azure Policy continuously evaluates resources and can automate responses to non-compliance, such as denying changes or deploying compliant resources. While Azure Policy focuses on resource compliance, Azure Role-Based Access Control, or RBAC, manages user permissions and actions. Both should be used in tandem for comprehensive control and governance in Azure. Now let's examine Azure Blueprints, which aims to streamline the process of setting up governed environments. Azure Blueprints is a service that enables you to define a repeatable set of Azure resources with specific configurations and policies. It enables the orchestration of resource deployments and configurations in a compliant and scalable manner. You can create templates that include resource groups, permissions, policies, and more to ensure consistency and compliance across multiple environments. It enables development teams to swiftly provision new environments while ensuring adherence to organizational compliance requirements. Blueprints incorporate various components such as role assignments, policy assignments, Azure Resource Manager or ARM templates, and resource groups, and replicates them across multiple Azure regions for low latency and high availability. In addition, Azure Blueprints preserves the relationship between blueprint definitions and assignments, facilitating better tracking and auditing of deployments. While Azure Blueprints ensures compliant deployment, Azure Policy is recommended for continuous monitoring of resources to maintain compliance. Finally, let's explore Microsoft Purview, which is a comprehensive data governance service that enables you to manage and secure data across on-premises, multi-cloud, and software as a service or SaaS environments. It enables the creation of a data map through automated discovery, sensitive data classification, and tracking of data lineage. The Purview Data Catalog facilitates data discovery by employing filters such as glossary terms, sensitivity labels, and classifications. Additionally, Data Estate Insights provide an overview of the data landscape, enabling data and security officers to monitor sensitive data and its movement. Purview also features data sharing capabilities and access policy management for regulating access to various data systems. In this video, you learned how Microsoft Azure offers a powerful suite of governance tools, Azure Policy, Azure Blueprints, and Microsoft Purview, which are integral in the modern cloud computing landscape. Azure Policy ensures compliance through continuous evaluation of resources against organizational standards, while Azure Blueprint facilitates streamlined and compliant deployment of Azure resources. Microsoft Purview, on the other hand, provides robust data governance by helping you map, manage, and secure data across various environments. Together, these tools enable you to maintain efficient, secure, and compliant management of cloud resources, which is crucial for realizing the full potential of cloud computing. Have you witnessed a business suffering downtime after an unforeseen cyber attack, compromising its functions and services? In a technology-dependent world, with cybercrime constantly evolving, ensuring that systems and services remain accessible and functional even in the face of adversity is paramount. In this video, you'll learn about two crucial concepts: availability and continuity. You'll gain an overview of how these concepts are integral to modern businesses. Additionally, you'll discover how Microsoft Azure achieves availability and continuity by employing regions and zones. Let's start with availability. Availability refers to the accessibility and functionality of systems and services. It means that the systems are up and running efficiently and are accessible when needed. For example, a website is considered available if users can access it without encountering server errors. In cloud computing, availability is often a product of reliable infrastructure. Microsoft Azure prioritizes the availability of critical environment infrastructure through reliable building blocks, thorough controls, effective health monitoring, and robust maintenance programs. Azure's reliability is underpinned by its extensive global network of data centers, which are strategically distributed across various regions worldwide. Each Azure region is a set of data centers located within a latency-defined perimeter and connected through a dedicated regional low-latency network. This design allows Azure to provide high availability and low latency, ensuring optimal service performance. The Azure platform categorizes its services into three types based on their characteristics of availability. These are zone-redundant services, zonal services, and non-zonal services. Zone-redundant services are replicated across availability zones in a region, providing resilience against zone-level failures. These services include Azure SQL Database, Azure Storage, and Azure Kubernetes Service, among others. Zonal services, on the other hand, are pinned to a specific availability zone and can be manually replicated across zones for higher availability. Examples of these services include Azure Virtual Machines and Managed Disks. Thirdly, non-zonal services are those that are deployed region-wide and do not reside in a specific zone. These services, such as Azure Traffic Manager and Azure Active Directory, are inherently resilient and designed to be available despite potential zone-level failures. Now that you know what availability entails, let's unpack continuity. Continuity goes beyond availability. It involves strategies and plans to ensure that critical business functions continue to operate or can quickly recover after a disaster or failure. This includes having backups, disaster recovery plans, and alternative processing facilities. Microsoft Azure exemplifies continuity through its Azure Business Continuity Management, or BCM, program. BCM focuses on customer-centric resilience and continuous improvement through people, processes, and technology. Azure is renowned for its robust and highly regarded business continuity management program. The primary objective of this program is to enhance the resilience and recovery capabilities of all services that are able to independently recover. These services can either be customer-facing, forming part of Azure's offerings, or they can be internal services that support the platform. Understanding business continuity involves recognizing that many offerings consist of multiple services. In Azure's ecosystem, each service is distinctly identified using specific tools and serves as a metric for privacy, security, inventory, risk business continuity management, and other functions. To accurately gauge a service's capabilities, it's essential to consider the three key elements of people, process, and technology, irrespective of the type of service. Consider the following illustrative representation. Elements like people involved in the service and necessary for service support, process, which is any procedure required to carry out tasks supporting the service, and technology, delivering the service or is a service itself, amalgamates to create a service that adds value for a cloud user. So in the case of a people-based business process, like a help desk or team, the service delivery is their function. These individuals utilize processes and technology to execute the service. When it comes to technology as a service, such as Azure virtual machines, the service delivery comprises the technology along with the people and processes that facilitate its operation. Now let's discuss the interplay of availability and continuity in Azure. Azure takes a comprehensive approach to availability and continuity by incorporating these concepts into its data centers through regions and zones. Azure regions are sets of data centers located in specific geographic locations. Each region is made up of multiple data centers and offers a high level of availability and lower network latency for services running in that geographic area. Within regions, Azure has availability zones. These are unique physical locations with independent power, cooling, and networking. If one zone experiences issues, the others remain operational, ensuring the availability of applications and data. Azure's BCM program plays a critical role in ensuring service continuity. The program conducts comprehensive testing, including region shutdowns and zone loss simulations. This testing ensures recoverability and helps in honing incident response procedures so services remain highly available and reliable. Azure's approach to critical environment infrastructure availability makes data centers themselves reliable. By investing in reliability engineering and collaborating with vendors for risk evaluations and continuous improvement, Azure proactively addresses risks in its data centers. This effort contributes significantly to both the availability and continuity of the services that Azure provides. In this video, you learned about availability and continuity as two fundamental pillars for maintaining seamless business operations. You learned about Azure's Business Continuity Management Program that emphasizes people, processes, and technology. The integration of this program with service-specific tools and mechanisms contributes significantly to Azure's resilience, recovery capabilities, and overall service value. As cloud computing evolves, it's important to understand the division of responsibilities. Microsoft Azure operates on a shared responsibility model. This model outlines the service-level responsibilities between Microsoft and its customers and ensures a clear understanding of who is accountable for what. In this video, you'll gain insight into the shared responsibility model in Azure. You'll also explore the division of service-level responsibilities and the significance of compliance in business continuity planning. Let's start by examining the shared responsibility model. Several services offered by Azure necessitate that customers establish disaster recovery across multiple regions, a task that falls outside Microsoft's scope. Not all Azure services come with automatic data replication or failover capabilities from one malfunctioning region to another active one. In such instances, the onus is on the customer to set up recovery and replication. While Microsoft guarantees the availability of fundamental infrastructure and platform services, certain usage scenarios may require customers to replicate their deployments and storage across multiple regions. These instances are typical of the shared responsibility model, which serves as a crucial element in your business continuity and disaster recovery planning. Now let's explore the division of responsibility. In a traditional on-premises data center, the entire stack is under your control. However, when transitioning assets to the cloud, certain responsibilities shift to Microsoft. Here, the division of responsibility between you and Microsoft is depicted, depending on the deployment type. A practical illustration of the shared responsibility model is the deployment of virtual machines. Suppose a customer desires to establish cross-region replication for resilience in case of a regional failure. They then need to create a duplicate set of virtual machines in another active region. The customer is responsible for this, as Azure does not automatically replicate these services in the event of a failure. The customer must either have a procedure to manually switch primary regions or employ a traffic manager to detect and automatically failover. The shared responsibility model in Azure is a framework that defines the roles and responsibilities of Microsoft and its customers in managing and controlling cloud resources. This model is not a one-size-fits-all. Instead, it varies depending on the service model, which may be infrastructure as a service or IaaS, platform as a service or PaaS, or software as a service or SaaS. Let's expand upon this. In an IaaS model, Microsoft takes responsibility for the underlying infrastructure, including physical hardware, network, and data center operations. Customers are, however, responsible for the management of their data, endpoints, accounts, and access controls. In a PaaS model, Microsoft extends its responsibilities to include the operating system, middleware, and runtime environment. Customers are still responsible for their applications and data, but they are relieved from the burden of managing the underlying infrastructure. In a SaaS model, Microsoft assumes most of the responsibility, managing everything from the infrastructure to the applications. Customers are only responsible for managing their data and user access. Understanding these service-level responsibilities is crucial for customers to ensure they're adequately protecting their resources and data. It helps them identify potential security gaps and take necessary measures to mitigate risks. Now that you're up to speed on the shared responsibility model and the division of responsibility, let's explore business continuity compliance. This tool helps service owners to define the service properties, conduct a business impact analysis, map dependencies, identify the workforce, list external suppliers, and rate recovery. Every service in Azure is required to complete Business Continuity Disaster Recovery or BCDR records using the Azure Business Continuity Manager tool. This tool helps service owners. Service properties define the service and how disaster recovery and resiliency are achieved. The Business Impact Analysis helps define the Recovery Time Objective or RTO and Recovery Point Objective known as RPO based on the service's criticality. However, Microsoft doesn't publish RTO or RPOs for services because these are internal measures. The dependencies of each service are mapped to ensure they operate smoothly. The workforce supporting the service is identified to avoid single points of failure. Microsoft maintains a list of external suppliers and measures their capabilities to ensure a third-party outage doesn't disrupt any Azure services. Now, regarding the recovery rating, it measures several key elements to create a resiliency score. Azure requires every service to have a detailed recovery plan and to test that plan as if the service has failed due to a catastrophic outage. So, when the customer is responsible for setting up disaster recovery, Azure provides public-facing documentation for guidance. Once a service has completed its BCDR record, it must be submitted for approval. Microsoft and Azure conduct extensive testing for both disaster recovery and availability zone readiness. Services are self-tested in a production or pre-production environment. Pull-the-plug type testing is done in canary environments that are fully deployed regions matching production. Canary environments are where new features are tested with a small number of users. During these tests, Azure uses the same production process for detection, notification, response, and recovery. This includes services where the customer is responsible for setting up disaster recovery by using Microsoft public-facing documentation. In this video, you learned that in the intricate landscape of cloud computing, the shared responsibility model in Azure plays a pivotal role in defining the division of responsibilities between Microsoft and its customers. This model, varying across IaaS, PaaS, and SaaS, ensures that customers understand their role in managing and protecting their resources and data. It also highlights the importance of business continuity compliance, where Azure provides tools and guidance for customers to establish disaster recovery and conduct necessary tests. As customers transition their assets to the cloud, understanding this shared responsibility model becomes crucial in identifying potential security gaps, mitigating risks, and ensuring smooth operation. Regions and availability zones in Azure provide an infrastructure that guarantees high availability and disaster recovery. This robust system is designed to ensure that services remain online even when unexpected events occur. In this video, you'll explore how Azure delivers reliable service offerings through regions and availability zones. Microsoft Azure offers services in multiple geographic areas around the world known as regions. Each region consists of one or more data centers equipped with power, cooling, and networking. These regions provide customers with the flexibility to run their applications and services close to specific geographical locations where their customers are, ensuring optimal performance and user experience. To further enhance reliability, Azure provides availability zones. Availability zones are physical, separate locations within a region, each housing its own independent power, cooling, and networking to safeguard against data center failures. With availability zones, you can design and operate applications and databases that automatically transition between zones without interruption. Azure availability zones are highly available, fault-tolerant, and more scalable than traditional single or multiple data center infrastructures. Azure provides the most extensive global footprint of any cloud provider and is rapidly opening new regions and availability zones. Azure has availability zones in every country or region in which it operates a data center region. There are multiple regions that currently support availability zones within the Americas, Europe, Middle East, Africa, and Asia Pacific. You can examine the specific regions a bit later in additional resources. There are also special regions within Azure that you may wish to use when building applications for compliance or legal purposes. These special regions include U.S. Government Virginia and U.S. Government Iowa. That's a physical and logical network isolated instance of Azure for U.S. government agencies and partners with additional compliance certifications such as the Federal Risk and Authorization Management Program or FedRAMP. To read more about compliance certifications, visit the additional resources reading. China East and China North, which are regions that are available through a unique partnership between Microsoft and 21 ViaNet, whereby Microsoft does not directly maintain the data centers. Germany Central and Germany Northeast, which are regions that are available via a data trustee model, whereby customer data remains in Germany under the control of T-Systems, a Deutsche Telekom company acting as a German data trustee. Each Azure region is paired with another region within the same geography, such as the US, Europe, or Asia. This approach allows for the replication of resources like virtual machines or VMs and storage. This is across a geography intended to reduce the likelihood of natural disasters, civil unrest, power outages, or physical network outages affecting both regions at once. There are additional advantages of region pairs, such as, in the event of a wider Azure outage, one region is prioritized out of every pair to help reduce the time to restore for applications. Planned Azure updates are rolled out to paired regions one at a time to minimize downtime and risk of application outage. Data continues to reside within the same geography as its pair, except for Brazil South, for tax and law enforcement jurisdiction purposes. Azure services that support availability zones, including zonal and zone-redundant offerings, are continually expanding. There are three types of Azure services supporting availability zones, including zonal, zone redundant, and always available services. You can combine all three of these approaches to architecture when you design your reliability strategy. Azure offerings are grouped into three categories that reflect their regional availability: foundational, mainstream, and strategic services. Azure's general policy on deploying services into any given region is primarily driven by region type, service category, and customer demand. Let's expand upon the three categories that reflect their regional availability. Foundational services are available in all recommended and alternate regions when a region is generally available or within 90 days of a new foundational service becoming generally available. Mainstream services are available in all recommended regions within 90 days of a region's general availability. Mainstream services are demand-driven in alternate regions, and many are already deployed into a large subset of alternate regions. Strategic services are targeted service offerings that are often industry-focused or backed by customized hardware. Strategic services are demand-driven for availability across regions, and many are already deployed into a large subset of recommended regions. In this video, you learn that Azure's infrastructure utilizes regions and availability zones to guarantee high availability and disaster recovery, ensuring service reliability. Azure boasts the largest global footprint among cloud providers, with an ever-increasing number of regions and availability zones, including special regions for compliance. You learned that regions are also paired geographically for resource replication and risk reduction. Furthermore, Azure services are categorized into zonal, zone redundant, and always available services. Reliability in Azure is not just a keyword, but a significant aspect of ensuring business continuity. But what determines this reliability? Factors such as availability, latency service level agreement or SLA, and unique business requirements play a vital role. As Azure users, understanding the interplay of these factors assists in devising a robust architecture tailored to your workload's specific needs. In this video, you'll learn about the reliability requirements, how to build reliability, and the significant role that regions and availability zones play in establishing reliability. You'll discover that this is governed by the shared responsibility between Microsoft and its users. Let's begin by examining reliability requirements. As mentioned, availability, latency SLA, and business requirements are factors that determine the level of reliability necessary for Azure solution. These factors guide the architecture and resiliency level of the solution. For instance, availability requirements are dictated by the amount of permissible downtime and its cost to the business, as well as the resources available for ensuring high availability of the application. Building reliable systems on Azure is a joint effort between Microsoft and its users. Microsoft takes charge of the reliability of the cloud platform, encompassing its global network and data centers. On the other hand, Azure customers and partners are responsible for the resiliency of their cloud applications, implementing architectural best practices tailored to the needs of each workload. Even though Azure consistently aims for the highest possible resiliency in SLA for the cloud platform, users must set their own target SLAs for each workload in their solution. An SLA provides a means to assess if the architecture aligns with the business requirements. As users pursue higher SLA guaranteed uptime percentages, the cost and complexity associated with achieving such levels of availability increases. For example, an uptime of 99.99% equates to roughly 5 minutes of total downtime per month, and the worthiness of the cost and complexity necessary to reach that percentage depends on the specific business requirements. Therefore, understanding Microsoft's supported SLAs, given that each Azure service has its own, is crucial when establishing final SLA commitments. So, how do you build reliability? Reliability requirements for an application should be defined early in the planning process. If certain applications don't always require 100% high availability, costs can be optimized during those non-critical periods. It's important to identify possible failures that an application might experience and plan for their potential impact. The recovery plan should include strategies for individual components and the overall application, with protection against zonal, regional, and application-level failure. Regular testing should be conducted to measure application reliability and resilience against unexpected failures. Let's walk through a checklist for reliability planning. Begin by defining availability and recovery targets to align with business requirements. Design your application's reliability features based on its availability requirements. Ensure that your applications and data platforms meet your reliability requirements. Set up connection paths to enhance availability. Then, utilize availability zones and disaster recovery planning where applicable to improve reliability and cost effectiveness. Make sure your application architecture can withstand failures and understand the implications if SLA requirements are not met. Identify potential failure points in the system. Your application's design must tolerate dependency failures by deploying circuit breakers. Finally, build applications that can operate even in the absence of their dependencies. Regions and availability zones play a significant role in ensuring reliability. A region comprises multiple, physically separate availability zones that are interconnected by a high-performance network, ensuring less than 2 milliseconds latency. This setup allows your data to remain synchronized and accessible even during issues. You can strategically use this infrastructure when designing applications and data infrastructure that automatically replicate and provide uninterrupted services across zones and regions. When selecting the best region, base your decision on technical and regulatory considerations, including service capabilities, data residency, compliance requirements, and latency. Microsoft Azure services support availability zones, which enable your cloud operations to run at optimum high availability while supporting your disaster recovery and business continuity strategies. The choice of region plays a crucial role in enhancing your reliability strategy. Remember that establishing dependable systems on Azure necessitates a cooperative effort. So, Microsoft is responsible for the dependability of the cloud platform itself, encompassing its worldwide network and data centers. Azure's clients and partners, however, bear the responsibility for ensuring the dependability of their cloud applications, employing architectural best practices tailored to the specifications of each workload. In this video, you learned that ensuring reliability within Azure applications requires a blend of resiliency and availability, governed by a shared responsibility between Microsoft and its users. Microsoft provides a dependable cloud platform, and users should adhere to architectural best practices to shape their cloud applications' resiliency according to the unique needs of each workload. This combined endeavor is underpinned by carefully calibrated SLAs, strategic use of regions and availability zones, and a well-devised recovery plan. Reliability monitoring in Azure revolves around understanding and promptly responding to the health of applications and associated resources. With the ever-growing ecosystem of the Azure platform, having a robust monitoring system in place is crucial for businesses that aim to harness the power of the cloud without compromising on reliability. In this video, you'll differentiate scalability from reliability and discover the tools and strategies to ensure reliability monitoring in Azure. You'll also learn about best practices to follow to increase reliability. While both scalability and reliability play pivotal roles in the cloud environment, their monitoring focuses differ slightly. Scalability mainly pertains to how well a system can handle increased loads. This involves understanding metrics to determine when to scale up, out, in, or down. Dynamic scalability, a notable value of transitioning to the cloud, allows systems to adjust based on demand. Within scalability monitoring, there are factors that you need to be aware of. Metrics analysis assists in defining the thresholds for various scaling actions, such as scaling up or scaling down. Minimum instance awareness is being aware of the least number of instances that should run at any time to ensure the system remains functional even under minimum load. Auto-scaling capabilities are offered with certain Azure services. It's vital to determine the best metrics on which these rules are based and configure them accordingly. Manual scaling alerts apply to services that don't support auto-scaling, whereby creating alert rules becomes essential. Reliability, on the other hand, focuses on how well an application or system maintains its operations under different conditions. It concerns early warnings, system health, and dependencies to ensure that operations continue smoothly. Reliability monitoring factors include early warning systems through monitoring tools that promptly flag potential issues, allowing teams to intervene proactively before users start experiencing disruptions. Detailed capturing involves comprehensive monitoring to quickly restore applications. This helps developers understand and rectify root causes to prevent recurrence. And source variability is data for reliability monitoring that stems from various sources, each offering different insights. Now that you understand the difference between scalability and reliability, let's unpack 5 Azure tools used for monitoring reliability. Azure boasts a suite of tools designed to monitor the reliability of applications and resources. Application Insights is a flagship service of Azure that produces logs that offer deep insights into application health and performance. This service facilitates detailed capturing that's vital for effective reliability monitoring. Azure Monitoring Agents collects performance metrics from operating systems, ensuring that the foundational layers of an application remain stable and performant. Azure Monitor provides full-stack monitoring, advanced analytics, and intelligent alerting. Azure Monitor pulls metrics from a variety of Azure resources, offering a unified solution for holistic monitoring. Azure Service Health is a dashboard-oriented tool that allows users to track active events, providing real-time information on the health of Azure services. Azure AD Logs is built directly into the Azure platform for security and compliance. It ensures that only authorized users access resources, thereby indirectly maintaining reliability. By taking advantage of these tools, businesses can craft a comprehensive reliability monitoring strategy that not only detects issues, but also provides actionable insights to rectify them. The integration of the Azure monitoring tools and methodologies enables the implementation of an early warning system. A system such as this enables proactive intervention by promptly detecting issues that may disrupt the normal functioning of applications or services. For instance, Azure Service Health alerts users to potential disruptions that may affect their cloud services. This ability to foresee issues can significantly reduce downtime, ensuring that services remain functional and continue to meet user requirements. The combination of comprehensive monitoring and early warning systems ensures that applications can be restored efficiently. It also guides system designers and developers to modify the system based on the insights provided by the monitoring data, ultimately preventing recurring issues. Azure's best practices for monitoring applications for reliability stem from extensive experience. To enhance reliability, be sure to conduct regular health checks by using health probes. Then, check the functions outside the application to spot any health and performance degradation. Monitor long-running workflows by addressing issues promptly to avoid large-scale rollbacks or multiple corrective actions. Application logging involves logging at production and service boundaries using semantic and asynchronous methods. Be sure to distinguish between application and audit logs. Analyze remote call data by measuring metrics like latency, throughput, which are items passing through the system, and errors to provide immediate insights into application health. Conduct statistical analysis to pinpoint errors. Monitor exceptions, which involves tracking transient exceptions and retries to preempt potential service failures. Early warning systems allows you to identify and set threshold values for key performance indicators. Alert operations if the thresholds are reached. Stay within Azure limits by monitoring the usage of resource types to adhere to Azure subscription limits. Oversee third-party services by documenting your interactions and linking them to your application's health using unique identifiers. Finally, train adequate staff. Ensure multiple operators are trained to monitor the application and execute recovery steps for continuous coverage. In this video, you learned how to differentiate scalability from reliability and discovered the tools and strategies to ensure reliability monitoring in Azure. You explored best practices to follow to increase reliability, the value of early warning signs, and system resilience. Within the cloud, occasional failures are inevitable. Rather than focusing solely on preventing these, the aim shifts towards reducing the impact of individual malfunctioning components. In this video, you'll explore the Azure well-architected framework and form an understanding of the key principles of designing reliable applications in Azure. The Azure well-architected framework provides you with guiding principles to enhance the quality of your workload. This framework is built on 5 pillars that exemplify architectural brilliance. Reliability, which is to recover from failures and continue to function. Security, focusing on protecting data and applications. Cost optimization, which is managing costs to maximize the value delivered. Operational excellence, where processes keep a system running. And performance efficiency, concerning system adaptability to changes in load. These principles aid in evaluating the reliability of applications hosted on Azure. For an application to be considered reliable, it must uphold a set percentage of uptime termed as availability. Balancing high resiliency, minimal latency, and cost effectiveness is paramount, embodying high availability. The application's capacity to bounce back from failures showcases its resilience. Let's examine some key principles of designing reliable applications in Azure. First, you should prioritize business needs. Reliability varies based on business demands. For instance, an application with a 99.999% SLA needs more reliability than one at 95% SLA. However, enhancing reliability and high availability can elevate costs. This balance is essential. Then, anticipate failures. Design solutions that anticipate setbacks, ranging from minor components to vast Azure areas to improve reliability. Monitor application health by recognizing the problems. Then, continuously monitor your application against healthy benchmark aids for early detection and timely intervention opportunities. Monitor and measure application availability through key targets such as mean time between failures or MTBF, which is the average time between failures of a component, and mean time to recover or MTTR, which is the average time it takes to restore a component after a failure. Embrace automation. Human errors, like deploying untested software to misconfigurations, can disrupt applications. Reducing errors by integrating automation in cloud operations enhances reliability, testing, deployment, and management. Aim for self-healing, which is a system's capacity to autocorrect failures. This technique links to defined remediation strategies connected to the system's failure patterns. So, combine monitoring and automation for superior reliability. Next, opt for scale-out designs. Instead of magnifying existing resources, systems should adapt to demand by adding more resources in parallel. This method, known as scale-out, ensures the system can manage both expected and surprise traffic spikes. Functional and non-functional requirements encompasses both availability and recovery targets that are crucial for gauging workload, uptime, and downtime. These targets are essential benchmarks, and their definition helps in improving reliability in line with business expectations. The foundation of resiliency and availability lies in clear requirement identification, considering factors like tolerable downtime and its associated business costs. Here are some key considerations. Set acceptable uptime standards for workloads. Ascertain permissible durations of workload unavailability and data loss during calamities. Prioritize application and data platform requirements. Leverage Azure services to guarantee connection availability and augment reliability and evaluate overall workload health. It's essential to comprehend and align the service level agreements or SLAs, service level objectives or SLOs, and service level indicators known as SLIs of all applied dependencies with the application's availability targets. Composite SLA is an aggregate SLA encompassing all application components and dependencies. It offers insights into designed availability relating to customer expectations. Regarding disaster recovery considerations, when in disaster recovery mode, availability targets applicability may vary. Using an N+1 model ensures enhanced availability, but it may lead to cost implications. But what are the consequences of unmet targets? Potential penalties, often financial, might be incurred for not meeting SLA obligations. Preventative measures can be taken, but they might increase the operational costs. So, understanding these consequences is essential, especially when considering a failover. It's important to note that recovery targets indicate permissible workload unavailability and data loss during a disaster. The key metrics include Recovery Time Objective or RTO, which is the maximum time an application can be down post-incident, and Recovery Point Objective or RPO, which is the maximum tolerable data loss duration during a calamity. Recovery targets driven by business requirements should align with RTO and RPO standards. With Azure Application Platform requirements, Azure offers resiliency features tailored to app reliability. These features might depend on specific configurations like the tier or size of a stock keeping unit or SKU you have chosen or the deployment type. Regional deployment concerns applications that should span multiple regions based on needs. Utilizing zones is cost-effective and straightforward. However, regional isolation is recommended when single region setups don't meet SLAs or when user distribution demands it. Regarding availability zones and sets, services utilizing availability zones can be deployed zonally or across multiple zones. Availability sets instruct Azure to diversify virtual machine instances, ensuring fault tolerance. Zones offer more reliability than sets, but might involve added costs and performance considerations. Finally, availability considerations include applications being hosted on at least 2 platform nodes adhering to the N+1 model. Health probes in Azure Load Balancer and Azure Application Gateways evaluate backend health. However, custom health probes monitor the application, including its dependencies. In this video, you learned about the Azure well-architected framework, focusing on pillars like reliability and security. Achieving reliability in Azure involves balancing uptime, resilience, and cost, necessitating proactive measures and continuous monitoring. During this week, you learned about important security concepts that are essential for keeping data safe. You covered essential security concepts such as security planning and disaster recovery, as well as data management and availability. Now let's review some of the key topics that you learned. You started by setting your expectations for the course, exploring the course syllabus, and doing some foundational reading in additional resources. Then, you explored cloud security planning, beginning with identity, disaster recovery, and training. This concerns having a strategy to stay operational and to protect customer data in the event of an outage. You were introduced to Microsoft Azure's solutions for implementing business continuity and disaster recovery, or BCDR. This includes tools to create various configurations for a backup system, Azure Site Recovery that replicate workloads that become accessible should the primary system fail, and Azure Backup to create encrypted data backups stored in geographically distant locations. You also learned about the approaches used by Azure to protect data, network, and physical security. This consists of strict access policies, encryption, and data disposal procedures to safeguard customer data. High redundancy network infrastructure to maximize availability in the event of hardware failures, and secure facilities and trained staff to control access at data centers. Next, you learned about Enterprise Application Integration, or EAI, which is about connecting applications to share data and create a more streamlined workflow. You found that while this practice can open applications to certain vulnerabilities and threats, this can be mitigated with sound security fundamentals, such as robust authentication, encryption, and regular audits. You then covered log collection, analysis, and retention, and how to use Azure Monitor to collect and store logs from monitored resources. These logs can then be processed and analyzed by tools such as Azure Sentinel and Log Analytics workspaces and transformed into insightful information. Azure security services are customized for businesses through solutions such as Azure Front Door, Azure Private Link, Azure Key Vault, Azure Application Gateway, and Azure Policy. Together, these tools bolster the security framework of Azure-based infrastructures. Moving on, you were given an overview of the Azure's Cloud Adoption Framework, an approach that consolidates best practices, documentation, and tools. Azure's Cloud Adoption Framework supports organizations throughout the cloud adoption lifecycle with manage, govern, and organize methodologies. You learned that planning and design, identity, and access management are critical components within the Azure Cloud Adoption Framework and what's involved when integrating Azure into an existing IT environment. You then delved into the planning stages with a focus on Cloud Adoption Framework tools and resources to assess, monitor, and optimize a cloud environment. You also examined governance and security considerations when adopting cloud solutions and maximizing cloud investments. The 5 points of security introduced you to access control with a zero trust approach, security operations focusing on detection, including response and recovery, asset protection strategies, security governance for maintaining a consistent security posture, and innovative security practices that align with operational practices. It's important that organizations implement robust monitoring systems, leverage threat intelligence, establish incident response plans to detect security threats, respond promptly to incidents, and recover their systems to a secure state. You then learned about the privacy principles that guide Microsoft's data management practices. These are control, transparency, security, legal protections, no content-based targeting, and benefits for the customer. These serve to empower users, build trust, secure data, uphold user rights, respect privacy, and provide an improved experience. Next, you learned about the Microsoft Service Trust Portal, a resource to help ensure the security and compliance of Microsoft's cloud services. You were presented with privacy tools, the Compliance Manager, and industry and regional information features. This enhances transparency and control over data. You then covered how Microsoft manages privacy and implements its privacy commitments for customers, as well as the customer privacy controls involving external regulations and certifications. You discovered Cloud Security Posture Management, or CSPM, as a security solution for maintaining and enhancing cloud environments security. This is achieved through continuous assessment, monitoring, and automation. When integrating CSPM, Defender for Cloud enables continuous assessments of multi-cloud environments. It monitors security postures with secure scores and provides visibility and contextual insights. Finally, resource governance provided you with a set of tools such as Azure Policy, Azure Blueprints, and Microsoft Purview to maintain efficient, secure, and compliant management of cloud resources. Finally, you covered availability and continuity. Availability refers to the accessibility and functionality of systems and services, whereas continuity involves maintaining critical business functions or quickly recovering after a disaster or failure. You learned about business continuity management, which relates to system readiness for disaster recovery. This relies on understanding the shared responsibility model in Azure, a division of obligations between Microsoft and customers for preparing infrastructure components for failure. You also discovered how Azure utilizes regions and availability zones to deliver reliable service offerings. Each region is a separate geographic area containing data centers, which places applications and services closer to customers. Availability zones are physical, separate locations within a region that enhance reliability. You continued on to continuity planning, which involves assessment, planning, capability validation, and communication and coordination. An effective continuity plan not only addresses immediate organizational needs, but also anticipates and prepares for potential future challenges and disruptions. In availability and resiliency, you learned about the reliability requirements, how to build reliability, and the role that regions and availability zones play in establishing it. The spotlight then shifted to availability and resiliency testing. You were introduced to key testing practices and various types of testing. Recommended practices include testing regularly, automating the process, and using both test and production environments. Testing types can be broken into the categories of resiliency, performance, simulation, fault injection, and peak load testing. You moved on to reliability monitoring, which involves responding to the health of applications and resources. Tools for this include Application Insights, Azure Monitoring Agents, Azure Monitor, Azure Service Health, and Azure AD Logs. You also learned about the value of early warning systems and best practices for reliability monitoring. Finally, you worked through availability and resiliency by design, where you were introduced to the guiding principles of Azure's well-architected framework for designing reliable applications. These principles encompass reliability, security, cost optimization, operational excellence, and performance efficiency. The achievement of reliability within the Azure environment hinges on striking a balance between uptime, resilience, and cost, necessitating proactive measures and ongoing vigilance. By completing security administration, you have expanded your knowledge of cybersecurity management and compliance. Remember, it's important to protect data, and you can do that by implementing sound security practices. Compliance in any industry is the adherence to regulatory, legal, and company standards and policies. It ensures that businesses operate responsibly and ethically. When it comes to cloud services, compliance is especially significant due to data storage, security, and global business operations. In this video, you'll enhance your understanding of how compliance is defined and applied within the realm of cloud computing. You'll also become aware of the steps taken by Microsoft to ensure the alignment with common standards and the tools that help them to achieve this. Microsoft provides cloud services via Azure and its suite of Microsoft applications and has established a robust system for compliance. Microsoft Azure leads the cloud industry with over 100 compliance offerings. These offerings are both general and region-specific, covering regions such as the US, European Union, Germany, and more. Furthermore, they also address specific industries like health, government, and finance. But what inputs form the bedrock of such compliance offerings? Microsoft engages globally with governments, regulators, standards bodies, and non-governmental organizations to understand the emerging needs of various sectors. The goal is to continually update and expand their compliance offerings to align with industry best practices and regulations. An entity that informs many of Microsoft's standards is the Center for Internet Security, or CIS, a nonprofit organization that develops cyber defense best practices. It draws on experts from various sectors worldwide. CIS benchmarks offer configuration standards for securing a system, and every guidance recommendation relates to one or more CIS controls. These controls align with known standards such as NIST Cybersecurity Framework, ISO 27000, PCI DSS, HIPAA, and more. That's a lot of acronyms, so let's take a moment to break those down. NIST is the National Institute of Standards and Technology. ISO refers to the International Organization for Standardization. PCI DSS is the Payment Card Industry Data Security Standard, and HIPAA stands for the Health Insurance Portability and Accountability Act of 1996. Benchmarks undergo two phases of consensus review: during initial development and after the benchmark's publication based on Internet community feedback. There are two security settings levels. Level 1, which relates to essential basic security requirements with minimal disruption, and Level 2, which concerns enhanced security requirements with potential for reduced functionality. CIS hardened images are virtual machine or VM, images based on the benchmarks, ensuring protection against cyber threats by addressing vulnerabilities. CIS has benchmarks for Microsoft products such as Microsoft Azure, Microsoft 365, Windows 10, and Windows Server 2016. The CIS Microsoft Azure Foundation's benchmark offers guidance for establishing a secure Azure configuration. CIS benchmarks are recognized internationally and guide organizations in achieving a secure baseline configuration. Those working with Microsoft products can use these to enhance application security, and Microsoft participated in the creation of these benchmarks. There are also CIS-hardened images on Azure, which conform to the benchmarks available on the Microsoft Azure Marketplace. This includes images for Windows servers and Linux versions, which have been pre-tested for compatibility and are certified for Azure use. Azure Blueprints, provided by Microsoft, assist in deploying cloud environments adhering to compliance and cybersecurity standards. Microsoft offers Azure Blueprints specifically for the CIS Azure Foundation's benchmark. This aids in deploying policies compliant with the benchmark recommendations. To maintain this array of compliance offerings, Microsoft has integrated tools that simplify and expedite the compliance process. Some notable tools include Azure Security Center, a solution to unify security management and provide advanced threat protection across hybrid cloud workloads. Azure Policy, which helps define and enforce policies to ensure a cloud environment adheres to compliance standards. It also offers real-time policy enforcement and evaluation, ensuring that resources and configurations remain compliant. And Azure Blueprints, a tool for cloud architects and IT groups to set and meet organizational standards, patterns, and requirements, thereby enabling rapid environment development within compliance norms. There is also Microsoft Purview Compliance Manager, which offers automated assessment and compliance management across multi-cloud environments. It provides pre-built assessments for various standards and regulations, aiding organizations in their compliance journey. And finally, you have Microsoft Compliance Center. As part of the Microsoft 365 suite, this tool aids businesses in meeting global, industry, and regional standards and regulations. Its functionality encompasses the three pillars of compliance and offers insights into compliance risk and posture. Microsoft's offerings also extend to specific industries. For instance, in the financial sector, Microsoft Cloud ensures compliance with globally applicable standards, US government standards, industry-specific and region or country-specific standards. In this video, you learned about cloud computing compliance standards and discovered how Microsoft aligns with them through Azure and its suite of applications. With over 100 compliance offerings for different regions and sectors, Microsoft sets a high bar in the industry. This is reinforced by its collaboration with the Center for Internet Security, highlighting the importance of best practices for cyber defense. Microsoft also provides a toolkit to ensure streamlined and efficient compliance processes. These tools, together with the compliance offerings, underscore a dedication to secure, compliant, and responsible cloud operations, catering to diverse industries globally. Risk assessment is a foundational element of any cloud migration strategy. Within the context of Microsoft Azure, assessing risks enables organizations to maintain confidentiality, integrity, availability, and privacy. By implementing a rigorous risk assessment process, you can ensure a smoother transition to the cloud while addressing potential security and compliance concerns. In this video, you'll learn to identify and establish risk levels and how to mitigate the risks associated with them. You'll also become familiar with how compliance scores in Azure can help organizations determine their compliance posture. Understanding and identifying the risk levels associated with various applications and datasets is crucial. Applications might vary in terms of their age, origin, and underlying technologies. Some may resist modernization due to being legacy apps or having brittle third-party integrations. Such challenges require a methodical approach to inventory. Before migrating to Azure Active Directory or Azure AD, it's vital to understand all the apps in use and the associated risks. Conducting an inventory of your apps can help prioritize which ones to modernize first and determine the necessary security controls. After cataloging all the apps, you should determine their impact by answering several questions. These might include: what types of sensitive data does the app access? For example, is personally identifiable information involved? How much revenue is associated with the app? What happens when access to the app is denied? And who needs access to the app? You can use the answers to classify apps based on their impact levels: high business impact, medium business impact, and low business impact. You may also encounter these terms as HBI, MBI, and LBI respectively. After identifying potential risks, the next step is to establish or measure their levels. In the cloud's shared responsibility model, the cloud service provider or CSP manages security and compliance, while the customer is responsible for aligning these with their specific needs and risk tolerance. Understanding where the responsibility lies is crucial. The type of cloud deployment dictates the responsibility distribution between the CSP and the customer. This could be infrastructure as a service, platform as a service, or software as a service, or IaaS, PaaS, and SaaS, respectively. For instance, in an IaaS model, the customer retains more responsibility compared to SaaS. After risk identification and establishment, organizations must employ strategies to mitigate them. Let's explore a few notable methods. Credential management in Azure AD relies on multiple dependencies. When a second factor is added, the complexities increase. It's recommended to enable multiple second factor options and, if possible, use passwordless authentication methods like Windows Hello for Business or FIDO2 security keys. Microsoft suggests that customers map their risk and controls framework to a standardized one like ISO 27001 or NIST SP 853. Such frameworks help in addressing cloud risks and accelerate risk assessments. Customers should utilize Microsoft tools like the Purview Compliance Manager, which helps organizations create assessments that gauge compliance with relevant industry regulations. To validate the cloud service provider's effectiveness in managing security and compliance, it's beneficial to review their external audit reports periodically. And finally, as you migrate your apps to Azure AD, you should understand the required security controls for each app. This ensures that applications are protected from potential threats and vulnerabilities. Next, let's discuss compliance scores. This is a crucial metric within Microsoft Azure's risk assessment framework. It provides organizations with an overview of their compliance posture and helps them gauge their adherence to industry standards and regulations. A higher compliance score signifies a stronger alignment with best practices and demonstrates a commitment to maintaining a secure cloud environment. By regularly monitoring and improving their compliance score, organizations can continuously enhance their security measures and reduce the likelihood of security breaches or compliance violations. Microsoft 365 Business Premium introduces the Compliance Manager, a tool designed to streamline compliance-related activities. The Compliance Manager offers features such as data loss prevention, data lifecycle management, and internal risk management. It assists organizations in identifying compliance gaps, suggesting improvements, and ultimately enhancing their compliance score. Through its intuitive interface and actionable insights, the Compliance Manager empowers organizations to establish a robust and secure cloud environment. Let's consider a hypothetical scenario to illustrate the practical application of risk assessment in Microsoft Azure. Imagine a healthcare organization that stores patient records in the cloud. The organization identifies the risk of unauthorized access to sensitive patient data. To mitigate this risk, they implement Azure Active Directory for identity management, enforcing multi-factor authentication, and utilizing Azure Information Protection to classify and encrypt patient records based on their sensitivity. This reduces the organization's risk of data breaches and ensures compliance with healthcare regulations. In this video, you discovered that risk assessment is crucial for cloud migration, especially in the Microsoft Azure framework. This involves identifying risks, understanding shared responsibilities, and setting risk levels. Organizations should use various tools and strategies to tackle these risks. This includes Microsoft's Compliance Manager for assessing compliance and compliance scores that reflect how closely an organization follows best practices. With Azure's comprehensive toolset and persistent monitoring, organizations can safely transition to the cloud, maximizing its advantages while curbing potential dangers. Microsoft Purview has emerged as a forerunner in the realm of data management. As a crucial asset in today's digital age, understanding data's intricacies, lifecycle, and security is of paramount importance. In this video, you'll explore how Microsoft Purview can be used for data lifecycle management, data loss prevention, and information protection. Microsoft Purview offers a comprehensive suite of tools tailored to meet the data governance and risk management needs of organizations. In an age where information is scattered across various devices, applications, and locations, a tool that provides holistic oversight is invaluable. Microsoft Purview combines the former Azure Purview and Microsoft 365 compliance solutions and services together into a single brand. Together, these solutions help your organization to gain visibility into data assets across your organization, enable access to your data, security, and risk solutions, safeguard and manage sensitive data across clouds, apps, and endpoints, manage end-to-end data risks and regulatory compliance, and empower your organization to govern, protect, and manage data in new, comprehensive ways. Microsoft Purview includes unified data governance solutions that help you manage data services across your on-premises, multi-cloud, and software-as-a-service estate. That includes Azure Storage Services, Power BI, databases like SQL or Hive, file services like Amazon S3, and many more. These governance solutions are accessible through the Microsoft Purview Governance Portal, which provides tools to enable your organization to create an up-to-date map of your entire data estate that includes data classification and end-to-end lineage, identify where sensitive data is stored in your estate, and create a secure environment for data consumers to find valuable data. Organizations can also generate insights about how data is stored and used, and manage access to the data in your estate securely and at scale. Microsoft Purview has a functionality called Data Use Management. This allows data owners to enable access policies on their resources. By enabling it, data owners can regulate DevOps policies, data owner access policies, and even self-service access policies, which are automatically generated by Microsoft Purview after approval of an access request. Note that before any data policy is created on a resource, data use management needs to be enabled on that resource, ensuring that security is at the forefront of data access. Microsoft Purview offers two key services: information protection and data lifecycle management. Let's explore each one in more detail. Information protection helps organizations discover, classify, and safeguard sensitive and crucial content throughout its lifespan. Its core objectives are to know your data by understanding the data landscape in environments like on-premises, cloud, or hybrid, and using tools such as trainable classifiers, Activity Explorer, and Content Explorer. Protect your data by applying measures like encryption, access limitations, and visual markings. And prevent data loss by spotting risky behaviors and stopping unintended data sharing with tools like data loss prevention policies and endpoint data loss prevention. Data lifecycle management is for handling the content lifecycle, specifically importing, storing, and classifying vital data. It aids in data governance for compliance or regulatory obligations. The goal is to govern your data by ensuring it's kept, deleted, or stored in a compliant way using features like retention policies, retention labels, and records management. Together, these services ensure data is classified, protected, and governed effectively no matter where it resides or travels. Microsoft Purview Data Loss Prevention, or DLP, aims to protect sensitive data and prevent its unintentional disclosure. The admin capabilities in DLP include being able to identify, monitor, and automatically protect sensitive information throughout Microsoft 365 platforms like OneDrive for Business, SharePoint Online, Microsoft Teams, and Exchange Online. You can educate users about compliance, for example, by sending email notifications or displaying policy tips if they attempt to share sensitive content. And you can access DLP reports to monitor content in line with the organization's DLP policies and track policy matches over time. DLP policy structure consists of 3 key components. Conditions are criteria that content must meet for the policy rule to apply. Actions are automatic measures taken when the conditions are met. And locations, which are specified platforms where the policy is active, such as SharePoint or OneDrive. For example, an admin can set a DLP policy to detect data relevant to HIPAA across SharePoint and OneDrive, preventing such data from being wrongly shared. One scenario for implementing DLP is locating a document in a user's OneDrive that contains a credit card number. Another is blocking an email with employee personal data from being sent outside the organization. A DLP policy can comprise multiple rules. Each rule has, at its core, conditions and actions. When the conditions of a rule are met, its actions are auto-executed. Various rules, each with unique conditions and actions, can be consolidated into one policy for ease of management and reporting. In this video, you were introduced to Microsoft Purview's capabilities for data lifecycle management, data loss prevention, and information protection. It integrates Azure Purview and Microsoft 365 solutions to meet modern data governance and risk management needs. Purview provides organizations with full visibility of their data, ensuring its protection, security, and compliance. This makes it essential for the safeguarding and management of organizational data. These days, organizations face an ever-growing challenge: how to effectively manage their high-value content. From legal and regulatory obligations to business continuity, companies need a robust and efficient system for managing their records. This is where Microsoft Purview and its records management capabilities come into play. In this video, you'll discover how to use Purview to manage records in a way that upholds privacy. You'll also learn how to perform automated audits, which saves time while helping organizations maintain compliance. Records management is all about maintaining and controlling the records within an organization. It isn't just about storage. It's about understanding which documents have value, when to keep them, and when to dispose of them. Microsoft 365 offers tools to help companies manage their records for various obligations. When an item is declared a record by using a retention label, several things happen. Restrictions are placed on the item in terms of what actions are allowed or blocked. Additional activities about the item are logged. And you have proof of disposition when the item is deleted at the end of their retention period. Microsoft Purview allows you to create and manage retention labels through the File Plan Manager. Compared to the Data Lifecycle Management portal, this offers a more detailed and organized approach for managing records. Microsoft Purview Records Management includes many features such as labeling content as a record, establishing retention and deletion policies within the record label, triggering event-based retention, reviewing and validating disposition, proof of records deletion, and exporting information about disposed items. For an administrator to set up retention labels, several steps are involved. The label first needs to be given a name, along with an optional description. The admin then defines the label settings, like whether items should be retained forever or for a specific period. Next, the duration of retention period should be set, as well as the point at which it begins. Finally, the last step is to set the action that occurs once the retention period ends, such as deleting items automatically. Items such as documents and emails can then be marked as records based on those retention labels. Items must be marked as records, but they can also be shown as regulatory records which provide other controls and restrictions. Namely, the label can't be removed when an item has been marked as a regulatory record, and retention periods can't be made shorter. Microsoft Purview Records Management is flexible, and there are different ways to manage records across an organization, including enabling administrators and users to manually apply retention and deletion actions for documents and emails, and automatically applying retention and deletion actions to documents and emails. You can also enable site admins to set default retain and delete actions for all content in a SharePoint library, folder, or document set, and enable users to use Outlook rules to automatically apply retain and delete actions to emails. To ensure records management is used correctly across the organization, administrators can work with content creators to put together training materials. Documentation should explain how to apply labels to drive usage and ensure a consistent understanding. To ease growing concerns about data privacy, Microsoft Purview ensures that organizations can manage and protect sensitive data effectively. Privacy management is no longer just a regulatory need, but also a business imperative. With Purview, organizations can understand where sensitive data resides, who accesses it, and how it moves within the organization's ecosystem. Microsoft, understanding the need for region-specific solutions, also provides services tailored to specific environments, such as Office 365 for the US government and Microsoft 365 operated by 21VNet for China. These solutions ensure that data storage, access, and management meet the regulatory and privacy requirements specific to these regions. One of the standout features of Microsoft Purview is its capability for automated audits. In traditional systems, auditing could be a time-consuming process requiring manual checks and validation. With Purview, organizations can set up automated processes to regularly check and verify data access, usage, and compliance. For instance, if a company needs to ensure that specific high-value content isn't accessed outside of a particular department or region, Purview can automatically monitor this and flag any anomalies. This not only streamlines the auditing process, but also significantly reduces the potential for human error. Moreover, for those keen on mastering the intricacies of data lifecycle and records management within Purview, Microsoft offers comprehensive training resources. This helps organizations to harness the full power of Microsoft Purview and its capabilities, leading to a more streamlined and efficient records management system. In this video, you explored Microsoft Purview's capabilities for records management, which range from retention labels to automated audits. With its ability to intuitively categorize, retain, or delete data, Purview is not only a solution for regulatory adherence, but also a mechanism for efficient organizational workflow. For organizations aiming for thorough data governance, understanding and leveraging Microsoft Purview's myriad capabilities is undeniably invaluable. Before you continue discovering the capabilities of Microsoft Purview for managing your organization's data, let's make sure you know how to set up an account. In this video, you'll be guided through the steps to complete the following: creating a Microsoft Purview account, creating a collection, and sharing and receiving data. To create a Microsoft Purview account, first access the Azure portal by visiting the URL portal.azure.com. Then enter Microsoft Purview Accounts into the search bar and select it from the search results. This will display any existing Purview accounts. However, you'll be creating a new account entirely. Select Create to begin setting up the account details. In the Project Details section, you'll need to specify a resource group from the drop-down menu. In this case, let's select Default Resource Group EUS, which stands for Eastern US. For the Managed Resource Group name, enter Resource Group 1 and then select Next Networking to move on to the networking page. In this page, you can select to connect to your Microsoft Purview account either publicly via public IP addresses or service endpoints, or privately using a private endpoint. Here, keep all networks selected and then select Next Configuration for the next page. This page is for setting up Kafka configurations which are beyond the scope of this video. So let's leave it for now and select Next Tags to move on. Here, add a tag with the value test and the name MS Resource Usage, and then select Next Review and Create. On this page, verify that the settings displayed are correct. Here, the Create button is dim because a tenant-level account with the name Sam's Scoops already exists. However, you can select it if this is not the case for you. After creating your account, it will appear in the main Microsoft Purview Accounts page. With your account created, let's go through the steps for creating a collection. Navigate to the URL web.purview.azure.com, where you will be prompted to select a Microsoft Purview account. Under Account Name, select the name of the account you created earlier and then select Continue. On the account homepage, select Data Map from the left pane, followed by Collections in the submenu that appears. This opens the Collections Management page. Here, select your root collection. This is the top collection in your collection list and will have the same name as your Microsoft Purview account. In this example, it's called Sam's Scoops. Select the Role Assignments tab in the Collection window. Note that to create a collection, you will need to be in the Collections Admins list. If you created the account, you should be listed as a collection admin under the root collection already. If not, you will need to contact the collection admin to grant you permission. To continue, navigate once more to Data Map and then Collections from the left pane to open the Collection Management page. Continue by selecting New Collection at the top of the collection window. In the right panel, you are required to enter the collection name, and you can also provide a description and search for users to add them as collection admins. In this example, let's enter Development for the name and then select Create. Under the root collection in the Collections page, you should find the new collection you just created. You can select it to view the basic details and collection path. Next, let's create a share. Start by selecting Data Map in the left pane of the account homepage, then select Shares, and finally select New Share. This opens a page that prompts you to select the storage account type and the storage account you want to share data from. Choose Azure Blob Storage as the type and select a source, then select Continue. The next step is to specify a name, which is required, and a description of share contents, which is optional. Let's enter Storage2 as the name and select Continue. You'll then need to search for and add all the assets you'd like to share at the container, folder, and file level. Tick the box beside Shared folder and then select Continue. You can edit the display names the shared data will have if you like. Then select Continue. The next step is to select Add Recipient and choose User or App. To share data to a user, select User, then enter the Azure sign-in email address of who you want to share the data with. By default, the option to enter the email address of the user is shown. To share data with the service principal, select App and then enter the object ID and tenant ID of the recipient you want to share data with. After defining a recipient, select Create and Share. Optionally, you can specify an expiration date for when to terminate the share. You can share the same data with multiple recipients by selecting Add Recipient multiple times. You've now created your share. The recipients of your share will receive an invitation and they can view the share invitation in their Microsoft Purview account. When a share is created, a new asset of type SendShare is ingested into the Microsoft Purview catalog in the same collection as the storage account from which you created the share. You can search for it like any other asset in the data catalog. Note that for this tutorial, I've set myself as the recipient of the share. This means that the invitation appears when I select Share Invites from the Data Sharing section of the Data Map menu. You can access share invitations in both the classic Microsoft Purview portal at web.purview.azure.com and in the new Purview portal found at purview.microsoft.com. In this video, you covered the steps for creating a Microsoft Purview account, creating a collection, and sharing and receiving data. With this knowledge, you're now ready to learn more about organizing data in Purview. Organizations recognize the importance of managing their data to ensure compliance. The Microsoft Purview Compliance Portal offers tools like sensitive information types, trainable classifiers, Content Explorer, and Activity Explorer to help admins understand their organizational data. In this video, you'll become familiar with these tools and how they aid in data classification. Microsoft Purview offers 3 methods for identifying and categorizing sensitive data: manual classification by users, automated pattern recognition, for instance, sensitive information types, and machine learning. Data classification in the Microsoft Purview Governance Portal involves categorizing data assets using logical tags or classes. This classification is driven by the business context of the data, leading to classes such as passport number, driver's license number, and credit card number. This makes data assets more comprehensible, searchable, and governable. It also highlights the risks associated with each data asset, helping to protect sensitive or crucial data. Sensitive information types, or SITs, are pattern-based classifiers, with Microsoft Purview providing built-in patterns defined by regular expressions or functions. Examples include credit card numbers, passport details, and health service numbers. Microsoft Purview also allows for the creation of custom SITs and exact data match, or EDM, classification. Trainable classifiers, powered by AI and machine learning, are adept at categorizing unique data like specific contracts or customer records. They come in 2 types: pre-trained classifiers, which are ready to use immediately, and custom trainable classifiers tailored to an organization's specific data. Their efficacy is determined by seeding, testing, and refining the prediction model. To manage the large volume of classifiable resources, the Compliance Portal offers an overview section. This provides a snapshot of sensitive items, their locations, and user actions on this content. Content Explorer is a feature that allows administrators to view the items in full detail, offering greater insight into classified content. Due to the sensitive nature of the information, access is limited to 2 roles: Content Explorer List Viewer and Content Explorer Content Viewer. The Activity Explorer gives insight into discovered and labeled content, allowing monitoring of actions related to the content. It provides visibility into document-level actions like label changes and features filters for better understanding of actions on labeled content over time. This tool is instrumental in evaluating the efficacy of existing controls. Activity types that can be analyzed include file copied to removable media, file copied to network share, label applied, and label changed. Admins can use more than 30 filters for data including location, user, sensitivity label, and retention label. By monitoring actions taken with sensitive content, administrators can determine the effectiveness of their data loss prevention policies. For instance, if many items labeled as highly confidential are suddenly labeled as public, it signals a need to adjust policies and limit unwanted behavior. Microsoft Purview traces the journey of data across an organization's data landscape, which is known as data lineage. This is essential for tasks like troubleshooting, root cause analysis in pipelines, and impact evaluations. Given the complexity of enterprise data environments, visual representations can be intricate. Purview offers several options including entity level, which displays data as a graph showing connections between data sources, processes, and targets. Attribute level, which highlights specific data attributes that move or transform between systems. And process status, which captures the operational status of data processes, aiding in data quality checks and root cause analysis. Data lineage in Microsoft Purview enhances data quality, trust, and auditability. The goal is to seamlessly integrate all data systems, offering a consolidated view for improved data governance. Next, let's explore some key benefits of the Data Map feature in Microsoft Purview. It provides functionality and facilitates data governance by capturing metadata across diverse platforms, ensuring continuous updates through built-in scanning. For scalability, each Purview account begins with a single data map capacity unit, which adjusts based on metadata volume and requests. Capacity units in Data Map hold important details such as structural details and operational logs. A single unit handles 25 operations per second and stores up to 10 gigabytes of metadata. Data Map's adaptive nature offers cost savings, especially with its auto-scaling feature and enhanced scanning capabilities. And finally, the service is invaluable for practical usage. Users can start with a basic size for the data map, leveraging its flexibility to scale with demand. Monitoring tools in the Azure portal enable tracking of storage and operations, aiding cost management. The meta model in Microsoft Purview Data Map is a tool that offers detailed insights into the organization, usage, impacts, and daily roles of business data. While Purview's technical metadata outlines data structures, it lacks insights on real-world applications, a gap that the meta model fills. This feature is particularly valuable for addressing non-technical queries about data origins or its relevance to certain projects. For data managers, the meta model clarifies the importance and health of data, guiding efficient data governance, especially when different data uses have varying privacy requirements. The meta model is structured around assets, like sales teams or SQL tables, and how they relate to one another. The concept of asset types within the meta model provides templates for defining non-technical business aspects like departments. Users can both utilize provided templates and customize their own. Through the meta model, interactions between these assets can be easily defined and understood, simplifying the mapping of complex business data relationships. For example, if you want to use Microsoft Purview to show how key data sets are used in our business processes, you can represent that information as a template. You can then use it to describe how a specific business process uses a specific data set. In this video, you were introduced to data mapping and the tools in Microsoft Purview for accomplishing it. These help to enhance data governance, understanding, and management across organizations. Data lineage offers visual representations of data's journey, fostering trust and auditability, while the meta model in the Purview Data Map fills the gaps between technical metadata and real-world data applications. Through its functionalities, Purview streamlines data governance, ensuring that businesses can easily map, monitor, and manage their data assets efficiently and effectively. By now, you're aware that Microsoft Purview offers organizations a vast degree of control over their data, including the conditions for access. But doesn't this also create a large amount of additional work that needs to be done? Fortunately, with access policies in play, this doesn't have to be the case. In this video, you'll learn about the components of policy statements in Microsoft Purview, as well as how access and DevOps policies are enforced. Microsoft Purview's access policies allow you to manage access across various data systems. Through the Policy Management app in the Purview Governance portal, users can be given direct access to resources such as reading an Azure storage account. Once registered, these data access policies can be enforced on data systems via Purview. Let's go over some key concepts of Microsoft Purview access policies. Defined simply, Microsoft Purview policy is a collection of policy statements which, when published to data systems, are enforced by those systems. A policy statement is an instruction detailing how a data source should handle a specific operation. It includes 4 components, which are action, effect, data resource, and subject. Let's explore these one by one. Action describes the operation allowed or denied by the policy, like read or modify. Effect refers to the outcome of a policy. Currently, only the value allow is supported, which dictates the resultant effect of the policy. A data resource specifies the exact path of the data asset to which a policy is applied. and a subject represents the Azure Active Directory identity, such as a user, group, service principal, or managed service identity for which the policy is relevant. To better understand how this all comes together, consider this example. A policy could allow a group named Finance Analyst to read data from a storage container named FinData. If group member tries to read from FinData, they'd be allowed. Note that policies can be applied hierarchically, meaning if a policy is set on a container, it affects all its child objects. If multiple policies pertain to the same data asset, Purview will consolidate and choose the most restrictive one. For instance, if one policy allows reading and another denies it for the same user group, the deny policy takes precedence. New policies start in draft mode and are only visible in Microsoft Purview. Publishing the policy enforces it in the specified data systems. If a policy refers to an asset from another data source, this is disregarded during enforcement. Microsoft Purview allows IT and DevOps personnel to manage access to system metadata crucial for maintaining database system health, performance, and security. Users with the policy author role at the root collection level in Microsoft Purview can create, update, and delete DevOps policies. Once saved, these policies are automatically published. There are some functional differences between access policies and DevOps policies. Access policies manage access to data systems across an organization's entire data estate. They act as access grants created through Microsoft Purview Studio and determine whether certain Azure Active Directory principals should have specific types of access to data sources or assets within them. DevOps policies are a subset of access policies focused on access to database system metadata, not user data. They streamline access for IT operations and security auditing staff. Unlike general access policies, DevOps policies only grant access. They don't have the capability to deny it. The core elements of a DevOps policy include the subject, which refers to the Azure AD users, groups, or service principals granted access, the data resource that specifies the scope of enforcement. Currently, only SQL-type data sources are supported, and the role, which represents the set of actions permitted on the data resource. Current roles include SQL Performance Monitor and SQL Security Auditor, both providing access to SQL system metadata. As with access policies, DevOps policies follow hierarchical enforcement. It is not only enforced on the specified data resource, but also all its child resources. For example, a policy on an Azure subscription affects all related resource groups, data sources, and databases within. Imagine that Bob and Alice need access to multiple SQL Server instances. Their manager groups these servers into a single resource group, creates an Azure AD group for Bob and Alice, and grants them access via a Microsoft Purview DevOps policy. This approach eliminates the need for individual server logins, enhances security via the principle of least privilege, automatically enforces policy on new servers, simplifies permission adjustments via Azure AD group updates, and gives a centralized view of all granted permissions in Microsoft Purview Studio. The key principles that guide DevOps policies are to simplify, reduce effort, and enhance security. For simplification, role definitions encapsulate necessary permissions for typical IT and DevOps roles, minimizing the need for detailed permission expertise. To make things easier, a graphical interface and support for policies on entire Azure groups and subscriptions expedite the process. And for improved protection, centralized access management, EC review, and revocation capabilities alongside the support for the principle of least privilege bolster security measures. In this video, you learned about policies in Microsoft Purview, specifically the components of a policy statement and the differences between access and DevOps policies. Purview's approach ensures efficient control over data resources, enabling hierarchical enforcement and promoting best practices such as the principle of least privilege. With a user-friendly interface and role definitions that cater to specific IT and DevOps needs, Purview streamlines access management and enhances security, making it an invaluable tool for data governance. Insider risk is a significant concern for organizations worldwide. It refers to the potential threats posed by individuals within an organization, such as employees, contractors, or business partners who have inside information concerning the organization's security practices, data, and computer systems. These threats can be both unintentional and intentional, ranging from accidental data breaches to malicious insider attacks. In this video, you'll explore what insider risk is, the various types of insider threats, and begin understanding how this impacts organizations. Consider that an employee might accidentally send sensitive data to the wrong person or leave their computer unattended in a public place. Insider risks are not always intended to be malicious. Often, it arises from well-intentioned employees who inadvertently cause security breaches. Recall phishing, for example, which is when an attacker attempts to deceive people into providing sensitive information, often through emails containing dangerous links. However, there are also cases where employees with authorized access intentionally harm the organization for personal gain or other motives. Now, let's unpack the two types of insider threats. Accidental data breaches refer to unintentional incidents where employees or associates accidentally expose or compromise sensitive or confidential information. But why might these breaches occur? Unintentional threats are non-malicious threats arising from negligence or accidents. Some examples include ignoring security protocols or mistakenly sending sensitive information to the wrong recipient. Collusive threats involve insiders inadvertently collaborating with external entities to harm the organization. Third-party threats come from contractors or vendors who have some level of access to the organization's resources. Mishandling of data involves scenarios where employees accidentally share confidential files with unauthorized individuals, misplace them, or leave them exposed in public or unsecured places. Sending information to the wrong recipient occurs when an employee mistakenly sends sensitive or confidential data to an unintended recipient. This can happen through email, messaging apps, or other communication tools. The final reason is failure to secure data. This pertains to situations where employees neglect or forget to implement security measures such as failing to encrypt sensitive files, using weak passwords, or not following security protocols. Malicious insider attacks are intentional and deliberate actions taken by employees, associates, or other insiders to harm the organization or compromise its data integrity. Let's examine the three forms that these threats can take. Intentional threats, often termed as malicious insiders. These individuals intentionally harm the organization for personal gain or grievances. Their actions can range from leaking information to sabotage. Data theft is where insiders intentionally steal proprietary, confidential, or sensitive information. The motive can be personal gain, selling the information, or benefiting a competitor or adversary. Then, data corruption involves malicious insider altering, tampering with, or deleting data to cause harm, disrupt business operations, or sabotage the organization's functions. And data leakage consists of insiders intentionally sharing confidential, proprietary, or sensitive information with unauthorized parties, competitors, or the public. This can damage the organization's reputation, competitive advantage, or lead to legal repercussions. But how are insider threats manifested? There are several ways in which this is done. One possibility is violence, which includes threats or acts to create a hostile environment. Espionage involves spying activities for political, military, or financial gains. Sabotage aims to harm an organization's infrastructure. Theft concerns stealing money or intellectual property. And cyber threats, through technology, are either unintentional, like falling for phishing emails, or intentional, like inserting malware. Now that you understand what insider risk and threats consist of, let's unpack the potential impact this has on organizations. Insider threats can result in substantial financial loss. Whether through fraud, data theft, or the exposure of proprietary information, organizations can face direct monetary losses and costs associated with damage control. Reputational damage may occur from data breaches involving customer or client data, resulting in tarnishing an organization's reputation. A compromised reputation can lead to a loss of customer trust, decreased business, and potential legal ramifications. Next is operational disruption. Here, actions by malicious or negligent insiders can hinder regular business operations, which might result in project delays, increased operational costs, and loss of business opportunities. Then there are legal consequences. Organizations are bound by various regulations to protect sensitive data. Failure to do so, especially due to negligence in managing insider risks, can lead to legal penalties, fines, and lawsuits. In this video, you'll learn what insider risk is, the various types of insider threats, as well as the impact it has on organizations. You now know that insider risks, such as falling victim to a phishing scam, are unintentional, or it can be intentional and malicious from individuals with inside access. It can manifest in various forms, from accidental data breaches to deliberate sabotage. The consequences of such threats impact an organization's financial standing, reputation, operational efficiency, and legal standing. It is imperative for organizations to recognize and proactively address these risks to safeguard their assets, reputation, and future. Insider risk management is a crucial aspect of any organization's security and compliance strategy. With the increasing complexity of IT environments and the growing sophistication of cyber threats, organizations are more vulnerable than ever to risks posed by their own employees, contractors, and partners. In this video, you'll unpack insider risk management. You'll learn about modern risk in the workplace, the role of insider risk management, monitoring through analytics to identify potential risk, and how you can start implementing insider risk management. Let's first provide you with context so that you understand modern risk in the workplace. Managing risk in today's organizations requires a deep understanding of the various types that are present. Some of these risks arise from external events beyond an organization's control, while others stem from internal events and actions by users. Notably, risks can emerge from illegal, inappropriate, unauthorized, or unethical actions by members of the organization. Examples of such risks include leaks of sensitive data, violations of confidentiality, theft of intellectual property, fraudulent activities, insider trading, and regulatory compliance breaches. In the contemporary workplace, users have the capability to create, manage, and distribute data across numerous platforms. However, many organizations lack the necessary resources and tools to effectively identify and mitigate these risks, all while upholding user privacy standards. This is where insider risk management comes in. Insider risk management employs a comprehensive approach, utilizing both service and third-party indicators to swiftly pinpoint, assess, and address risk activities. By leveraging logs from platforms like Microsoft 365 and Microsoft Graph, organizations can establish specific policies to detect risk indicators. These policies recognize risky behaviors and the steps to counteract them. The core principles of insider risk management include transparency, by balancing user privacy and organizational risk through a privacy-centric architecture; configurability, where policies based on industry, location, and business groups are tailored; integration, involving seamless workflow integration across Microsoft Purview solutions; and actionability, which offers insights that facilitate reviewer notifications, data probes, and user investigations. It's important to be equipped with tools that help you identify potential risks. Insider risk analytics provides a means for organizations to evaluate potential insider threats without the need to set up any specific risk policies. These evaluations guide organizations in pinpointing areas with heightened user risk and determining the nature and extent of insider risk management policies to implement. Additionally, these evaluations can inform decisions regarding licensing needs or refinements to existing risk policies. You may be new to insider risk management or want to create new policies. The Recommended Actions feature offers a streamlined experience. This includes steps like setting up permissions, selecting policy indicators, and crafting a policy. Specifically, an insider risk management involves the following phases: policy, alerts, triage, investigate, and action. Let's unpack these phases in more detail. The workflow for insider risk management is designed to identify, investigate, and address internal risks. It utilizes policy templates, activity signals from Microsoft 365, and alert and case management tools to provide actionable insights on risky behaviors. Policies in insider risk management are crafted using predefined templates and conditions. These conditions dictate which events and risk indicators are monitored, how they trigger alerts, which users are covered, the services in focus, and the detection timeframe. There's a variety of policy templates available, such as data theft by departing users, security policy violations, and risky browser usage. Alerts are automatically generated when risk indicators match policy conditions. These are showcased in the Alerts dashboard, which provides an overview of all alerts, their status, severity, and other pertinent details. When new user activities arise that warrant investigation, they generate alerts labeled Needs Review. Reviewers can then assess these alerts, either opening a new case, linking the alert to an existing case, or dismissing it. The triage process, which evaluates findings and determines how to solve them, allows reviewers to delve into the specifics of the alert. This includes user activity and profile information. The investigate phase is facilitated by user activity reports, which allow for a thorough examination of a user's activities over a specific period. Cases are created for alerts that demand a more in-depth review. The case dashboard offers a comprehensive view of all active cases, their status, and other relevant statistics. The primary tools for investigation include the user activity chart, Content Explorer, and case notes. Additionally, the Audit log feature ensures transparency by logging actions taken on insider risk management features. The final phase involves taking action. Reviewers can decide on the next steps, whether it's resolving the case or collaborating with other stakeholders. For minor policy violations, reminder notices can be sent to the user. In more severe cases, the information might need to be shared with other departments or services. Note that insider risk management integrates seamlessly with other Microsoft Purview solutions, such as eDiscovery Premium for an end-to-end workflow and Office 365 management APIs for exporting alert data to other platforms. In this video, you learned that insider risk management is an indispensable component of modern organizational security. It addresses potential risks that occur from within the workforce itself. You also learned that by using advanced analytics and comprehensive workflows, organizations can proactively identify, assess, and mitigate internal threats. With features ranging from automated alerts and triage processes to in-depth investigation tools, it offers a robust framework for balancing user privacy with organizational security. Insider threats pose a significant risk to organizations, often more so than external threats. You have learned that these threats come from individuals within the organization, such as employees, contractors, or business partners. They have inside information concerning the organization's security practices, data, and computer systems. Establishing an effective insider threat program is paramount. There are different techniques that allow response teams to detect, triage, and investigate incidents and include understanding the behavior patterns of insiders, monitoring user activities, and setting up alerts for suspicious activities. In this video, you'll learn about user activity reports, explore the alert dashboard, and comprehend the importance of an incident threat response plan. Investigating potentially risky user activities is pivotal in reducing insider threats within an organization. These activities may be trigger alerts from insider risk management policies or compliance-related risks detected by policies without immediate alerts. To probe into these activities, organizations can utilize the user activity reports or the alerts dashboard. User activity reports facilitate the examination of potentially risky behaviors for specific users over a designated time frame, without necessarily linking them to an insider risk management policy. In many cases, users are clearly outlined in policies with potential policy alerts and risk scores. However, there are situations where you may need to inspect user activities that are not explicitly mentioned in a policy. This could be due to tips about the user's risky behavior or because certain users don't usually fall under any insider risk management policy. So, what happens during the configuration and reporting process for user activity reports? Well, once indicators are set up on the Insider Risk Management Settings page, the system starts monitoring user activities for any potential risks associated with these indicators. This ensures that all user activities are up for review, irrespective of whether they trigger an event or alert. Reports are generated for individual users, encompassing all their activities over a customizable 90-day span. However, creating multiple reports for a single user isn't feasible. After analyzing the potentially risky activities, investigators have the option to classify certain user activities as harmless. They can also share the report with other investigators or decide to temporarily or permanently link users to an insider risk management policy. Only those assigned to the Insider Risk Management Investigators role group have access to the User Activity Reports page. There are various components within the User Activity Report. The report for a chosen user is divided into three main sections, namely User Activity, Activity Explorer, and Forensic Evidence. User Activity is an investigative chart of potentially risky actions and any related sequential activities. It offers a comprehensive review of a case, showcasing a historical timeline, activity specifics, the user's current risk score, a sequence of risk events, and filters to assist in the investigation. The Activity Explorer equips risk investigators with an in-depth analytics tool shedding light on activity details. It allows for a swift review of a timeline, showcasing detected risky behaviors, and helps pinpoint and filter activities linked with alerts. Finally, Forensic Evidence provides more information, especially in the Activity Explorer segment of the report. Here you can view captured clips and associated information that are displayed in a list. The information includes the date and time of the capture, username, and activity types. Now that you have a good idea of user activity reports, let's move on to the Alerts dashboard. The Alerts dashboard is a tool designed to manage insider risk through alerts generated by risk indicators that are defined in insider risk management policies. These alerts offer compliance analysts and investigators a comprehensive view of the current risk status, enabling organizations to address and act upon identified potential risks. While policies by default produce a mix of low, medium, and high severity alerts, organizations have the flexibility to adjust the volume of these alerts based on their requirements. The Insider Risk Alerts dashboard is a platform that allows users to monitor and respond to alerts triggered by insider risk policies. The information displayed on the dashboard is based on data from the last 30 days. It also includes Total Alerts Needing Review section, which provides a count of all alerts that require review and triage, further broken down by their severity levels. It's categorized by their high, medium, and low severity levels. The average time to resolve alerts segment offers valuable statistics on alert resolutions, detailed in hours, days, or months, such as the average duration to address high severity alerts, the average time taken to resolve medium severity alerts, and the typical resolution time for low severity alerts. However, having tools and technologies in place is not enough. The importance of having a clear incident response plan is imperative. An incident response plan outlines the procedures to follow when an alert is triggered. It ensures that the organization can quickly and effectively address the threat, minimizing potential damage. Microsoft emphasizes the importance of incident response and defines it as the detection, management, and recovery from cyber attacks, security breaches, or IT incidents. Furthermore, an effective incident response plan should include protocols for investigating and responding to insider threats. It's essential to have a dedicated team responsible for incident response who are trained to handle insider threats specifically. This team must be equipped with the necessary tools and technologies to detect and mitigate threats in real time. In this video, you learn that insider threats present a unique and often underestimated challenge to organizations. While tools like user activity reports and the alerts dashboard provide valuable insights into potential risks, they are only as effective as the strategies and protocols in place to utilize them. A comprehensive incident response plan emphasizing swift detection, management, and recovery is crucial. Organizations must not only invest in advanced technologies, but also in training dedicated teams to handle these threats. Insider risks are one of the top concerns of security and compliance professionals. Protecting your organization against these risks can be challenging to identify and difficult to mitigate. Insider risks include vulnerabilities in various areas and may cause major problems ranging from the loss of intellectual property to confidential data and many others that are quite common. In this video, you'll learn to identify and mitigate insider threats by specifically exploring Microsoft 365 risk prevention features. You'll also be introduced to communication compliance, information barriers, and unpack privileged access management. Let's move on to Microsoft 365 risk prevention features, which are designed and built in to insider risk products and solutions. These solutions work together and use advanced service and third-party indicators to help you quickly identify, triage, and act on risk activity. Most solutions offer a comprehensive detection, alert, and remediation workflow for data analysts and investigators to use quickly to minimize these risks. Communication compliance policies play a pivotal role in ensuring that messages within an organization adhere to various compliance areas. These areas include corporate policies, risk management, and regulatory compliance. Let's expand upon these further. Corporate policies relates to all business-related communications by users that must align with the organization's acceptable use, ethical standards, and other corporate guidelines. Communication compliance policies can identify any deviations from these standards and facilitate corrective measures. For example, these policies can monitor communications for potential human resource issues like harassment or the use of inappropriate language. For risk management, organizations must oversee all communications across their infrastructure and corporate networks. Implementing communication compliance policies helps pinpoint and manage potential legal risks, thereby preventing adverse organizational impact. An example would be monitoring messages for unauthorized discussions or conflicts of interest related to confidential projects, such as mergers, acquisitions, or leadership changes. Communication compliance policies can assist organizations in fulfilling these regulatory requirements by offering a systematic approach to analyze and report on corporate communications. Lastly, regulatory compliance binds many organizations to regulatory compliance standards. Such regulations often necessitate a monitoring or oversight mechanism for messaging, which is tailored to the specific industry. For those in the financial sector, there are specific guidelines on compliance and security considerations. Communication compliance offers several important features to help address compliance concerns on your messaging platforms: intelligent customizable templates, flexible remediation workflows, and actionable insights. With an understanding of communication compliance, let's move on to learn about information barriers. Information barriers enforce data access controls and restrictions to maintain compliance and security. It protects confidential information, avoiding conflicts of interest during two-way communication. Microsoft Purview Information Barriers, or IB, is a specialized compliance tool designed to regulate two-way communication and collaboration among groups and users within Microsoft Teams, SharePoint, and OneDrive. Once IB policies are activated, they ensure that certain users are restricted from communicating or sharing files with designated others. Specifically, these users won't have the capability to locate, select, chat with, or call restricted individuals. These policies are meticulously designed to identify any unauthorized interactions among specified groups and users and stop them. It's important to note that IB policies operate separately from compliance boundaries set for e-discovery investigations, which dictate the content locations that e-discovery managers are permitted to explore. IB policies can be tailored to a variety of scenarios to control communication and collaboration. Some examples include restricting finance staff working on confidential data from sharing documents with specific organizational groups. An internal team possessing trade secrets is barred from external online chats or calls, and a dedicated SharePoint site is inaccessible to anyone outside of that group. So essentially, information barriers protect sensitive information in a two-way communication exchange. Equally important is granular access management for privileged users. Microsoft Purview Privileged Access Management, or PAM, offers detailed control over privileged administrative tasks in Office 365. Its primary function is to safeguard organizations from potential breaches that might exploit privileged admin accounts with ongoing access to sensitive data or essential configuration settings. PAM mandates users to seek just-in-time access for elevated tasks via a strictly defined, time-limited approval process. This setup ensures users have just enough access to execute a task, minimizing the risk of exposing sensitive information or vital configurations. By activating PAM, organizations can function with zero standing privileges, bolstering their defense against vulnerabilities. PAM enhances the existing data and access protection features within the Microsoft 365 security framework. Incorporating PAM into a holistic security strategy ensures maximum protection of sensitive data and Microsoft 365 configuration settings. PAM builds upon Microsoft 365's native data encryption and its role-based access control model. When it's integrated with Azure AD Privileged Identity Management, both features offer just-in-time access control at varying scopes. PAM is for task-level operations. In contrast, Azure AD Privileged Identity Management, or PIM, offers protection at the role level, allowing the execution of multiple tasks. While Azure AD Privileged Identity Management manages access for Active Directory roles, Microsoft Purview PAM is task-oriented. For organizations, using Azure AD Privileged Identity Management alongside PAM introduces an additional, detailed layer of protection and auditing capabilities for privileged access within Microsoft 365. And then, using Microsoft Purview PAM and then enabling Azure AD Privileged Identity Management extends privileged access beyond Microsoft 365, focusing on user roles or identities. In this video, you learned that insider risks necessitate robust security and compliance measures. Microsoft's suite of compliance tools offers a multi-layered approach to mitigate these risks. Communication compliance policies ensure that internal messaging aligns with corporate, legal, and regulatory standards, while information barriers restrict unauthorized interactions among specific groups and users. Then, privileged access management adds another layer of security by controlling access to sensitive data and configurations through just-in-time and just-enough access protocols. Data has emerged as the cornerstone of all operations and endeavors, and Microsoft has identified 4 principles to guide how organizations should engage with it: know, protect, prevent, and govern. Together, they offer a comprehensive approach to data management, especially when it comes to understanding the lifecycle of data. In this video, you'll dig into these principles and how they apply to different stages of the data lifecycle. Let's explore each one in detail, starting with know. Before devising strategies to protect and govern data, organizations must first grapple with the extent and nature of the data they hold. Comprehensive insight into the location and magnitude of sensitive data is pivotal for assessing risks and enables a strategic approach to data protection and governance. As organizations embark on this journey, they should ask several questions. Who is the owner of the data? What categories of data are in their possession? Where is this data located? What inherent risks does the data pose? What mechanisms can be adopted for data classification? And how can the entire lifecycle of the data be tracked? There are also several data classification concepts that help in comprehending an organization's data layout. One would be sensitive information types, which include patterns such as credit card numbers identified via regular expressions. Microsoft offers around 100 standard types, but custom patterns can be made. Another is trainable classifiers. These use AI and machine learning rather than just pattern recognition to identify and categorize data, especially unique organizational content. Then there are labels, which serve as data indicators. For instance, a confidential label restricts data sharing. Microsoft uses two label types. Sensitivity labels provide content protection with features like encryption. Labels range from personal to highly confidential and can be applied broadly across data held by the organization. Retention labels specify how long data should be stored and range from 30 days up to permanent storage. These labels are specific to Microsoft 365. One more data classification concept is policies, which dictate data behavior after classification. This includes mandatory labeling, default labels, and where they can be applied. Policies protect data by ensuring that it isn't shared wrongly and by setting storage durations. When it comes to keeping data safe, Microsoft offers a solution for information protection that aims to detect, classify, and secure vital data within a company. This system gives flexibility, allowing both simple and advanced protective measures. Key technical aspects include integration of protection across Microsoft products like Word, SharePoint Online, Microsoft Teams, and Power BI, extending protection to include physical devices, internal data storage, and third-party cloud services, and customizable data labeling with choices such as automated, manual, or recommended options. This flexibility ensures security without interrupting user workflows. Microsoft's Data Loss Prevention or DLP tool helps organizations detect and prevent undesired distribution of sensitive content. Several factors influence how this is handled. For one, the data source impacts decisions. For instance, it might be acceptable for a finance team to share taxpayer IDs, but not for a marketing team. The data destination also matters, as sharing sensitive data within an organization differs from sharing externally. Responses can be adjusted based on the recipient's nature. The volume of sensitive information being shared affects reactions. Sharing a single credit card number is less concerning than sharing thousands. And lastly, the potential consequences of data exposure determine the action. Low-risk data might result in user prompts, moderate risk might notify IT, while high-risk scenarios could lead to data blocking or encryption. Microsoft's data governance concentrates on retaining vital data and eliminating the unnecessary through two primary tools. One is data lifecycle management, which aids businesses in importing, storing, and categorizing crucial data, ensuring essential information is retained while discarding superfluous content. The other is records management. This is designed for data that must remain unaltered. It employs smart classification to automate retention schedules, ensuring data meeting regulatory or business standards is appropriately kept. Core features of these solutions include streamlined administration that allows uniform application of policies across both internal and external data related to Microsoft 365. Automation for governance policies at large scale, such as auto-deletion of outdated data, ensuring minimal manual intervention. And customizable workflows that support adjustable retention policies. Custom events can trigger retention processes, and the disposition review feature allows nominated individuals to manage content nearing its retention end, ensuring proper review and action. In this video, you became familiar with the 4 principles that inform Microsoft's holistic approach to data management: know, protect, prevent, and govern. These enable detailed insight into data ownership, type, location, risks, classification, and its entire lifecycle. They also result in data protection solutions that are versatile, integrated, and customizable, encompassing tools for data classification, loss prevention, and wide-ranging protection across various platforms. Microsoft's use of centralized administration, automation, and tailored workflows helps safeguard data, ensuring correct use and adherence to regulatory and business standards. Data Lifecycle Management, or DLM, is a fundamental aspect of data governance that entails a systematic management of data from its creation to disposal. In this video, you'll identify the major steps involved in DLM, along with best practices for handling assets throughout the process. You'll then find out how Microsoft Purview can help organizations accomplish these tasks more effectively. Purview is a solution that offers robust features to manage this lifecycle effectively. But first, let's find out what data lifecycle management entails. In the initial stage, data gets created or captured in various forms such as PDFs, Word documents, or SQL database data. The next step is to process the data, which entails cleaning, enriching, and organizing it for easier use. After that, the data is accessed and used for various operational and analytical purposes. Data that is not currently in use but may be needed later is archived for long-term storage. And finally, obsolete or redundant data is deleted or purged. Purview helps organizations not only in archiving but also in managing data across these stages seamlessly. As with data, assets in the Microsoft Purview data catalog also require active management. These assets encompass technical metadata, detailing collection, lineage, and scan information. There are also glossaries, classifications, and ownership which delineate the business structure of data. For successful asset management, individuals accountable in the organization should be well versed with data governance processes and know how and when to execute these workflows. Utilizing Microsoft Purview for data governance mandates organizations to establish specific processes and designate roles to manage asset lifecycles. This ensures that the cataloged data remains valuable for its users. It's pivotal to keep the metadata in the catalog updated to efficiently manage data on a large scale concerning discovery, quality, security, and privacy. There are also several benefits of using Purview for data governance. For one, the Microsoft Purview data catalog demands a concrete definition and structure of data to facilitate efficient data search and protection across an organization's data repositories. A structured asset lifecycle management process ensures the precision of asset metadata. This boosts the catalog's usability and the capability to safeguard pertinent data, and business professionals are more inclined to use the catalog for data searches if it is upheld by robust data governance procedures. To get the most out of Purview, there are a few guidelines you should follow when it comes to creating and managing catalogs. It's important to follow a consistent procedure when categorizing and logging assets in the catalog. You should also acquaint yourself with managing the essential metadata for the assets in the catalog. This includes maintaining a business glossary and bespoke classifications, and knowing how to transfer assets between collections or remove asset metadata from Microsoft Purview is useful knowledge. A significant role in Microsoft Purview is that of a data curator who has the authority to control read-write permissions for assets in a collection group. To bolster data governance processes, this role is designated to specific data governance personas. A data owner is a high-ranking business authority responsible for ensuring data quality and protection in a particular area. They decide on data access and usage rights. On the other hand, a data expert possesses comprehensive knowledge about the business process, data creation, or consumption trends. A data steward oversees the definition, quality, and administration of specific data sectors. These individuals are domain experts who collaborate with their counterparts to decide on data management facets. Meanwhile, a data custodian is tasked with overseeing one or more data controls. In this video, you became familiar with the core steps and best practices for data lifecycle management, which is pivotal in streamlining data governance processes. You also found that Microsoft Purview offers a seamless method to oversee the entirety of data's journey from creation to disposal. With a clear framework for data management encompassing technical metadata, business structures, and established data governance personas like data curators, owners, and stewards, Purview ensures clarity, precision, and security in managing asset metadata. Tools like Purview, complemented by rigorous governance procedures, have become indispensable in fostering efficient data utilization, ensuring data protection, and maximizing organizational productivity. For most modern businesses, gathering customer data has become a top priority. But have you considered what happens with it once it has been acquired? Due to the potentially sensitive nature of this data, laws and regulations dictate how it must be handled, and operating outside of these mandates can bring consequences, both legal and reputational. For a better idea of what can happen when things go wrong, let's get familiar with Kendall's experience. Kendall has just started a job as a data engineer for Audionista, a producer of designer headphones. Her primary role involves organizing and preparing data for analysis. The data in question consists of everything from birthdays to best-selling headphone colors. The company values this data as it can lead to a deeper understanding of customer wants and behavior, but customers also value it for a different reason. Much of it contains personally identifiable information that they would not want to fall into the wrong hands. Kendall is excited about the job, but with her awareness of data management regulations, she also carries anxiety about doing the wrong thing. She finds the company's way of working a bit unstructured, but chalks it up to a laid-back culture and doesn't think too much of it. After all, Audionista handles a relatively low volume of data, and she feels comfortable taking it on as it comes. Sometime later, the company runs a highly successful marketing campaign and sales go through the roof. The CEO is ecstatic. However, this also means that Kendall's team is inundated with much more data than they've ever dealt with before. Yet, the company stubbornly believes that the team can manage, and Kendall does her best to keep up. Despite her efforts, the madness catches up to her, and things start slipping through the cracks. Data is left unprotected, access is unrestricted, and assets that should have been disposed of remain in storage. One day, Kendall attends a team meeting and senses a grim atmosphere pervading the room. She soon discovers the reason why. A review of the company's data management practices, conducted by an external auditor, revealed it to be in violation of several major data handling regulations. Audionista is hit with fines and restrictions, but even then, the worst is yet to come. As news of the company's transgressions spreads, its image takes a beating. It is berated in the media, sales plummet, and revenue falls well below projections. Perhaps most impactful of all is the breach of trust between business and customer. Shoppers no longer feel safe sharing their information with Audionista and begin looking elsewhere for their audio needs. Even partners and suppliers begin distancing themselves. And just like that, a once promising player in the headphone market suddenly finds itself clinging to relevancy. Suddenly, Kendall comes to her senses and realizes that the audit and its aftermath were all in her head. Nonetheless, she sees it as a wake-up call and states her case to the team, imploring them to make changes before it's too late. So what should Audionista do to get on the right track? For one, it can act on Kendall's intuition about the lack of process, which placed customer data at risk. A starting point would be a structured approach to data management based on 4 principles. Knowing the data by identifying the most sensitive assets, protect it with measures like encryption and access restrictions, prevent data loss with sharing limitations, and govern data with stringent guidelines for retention and disposal. It seems like a lot to take on, but making this happen is easier than the company might think. Data management solutions like Microsoft Purview offer such features as AI-powered identification and policy-based workflows that help businesses make informed decisions about what to do with data assets each step of the way. Audionista may also want to establish roles fully dedicated to data protection and compliance, such as an information security officer to regularly assess the company's adherence to laws and regulations, better enabling it to protect its reputation. Thanks to Kendall, Audionista is spared from a potentially devastating fate. An improved data management strategy keeps the company in good standing with the law and maintains customer trust. With a good plan and capable tools like Microsoft Purview, the team can get back to creating the hottest new headphones on the market. In the age of digital transformation, the way organizations handle and classify their data has profound implications for governance, security, and operational efficiency. Microsoft Purview stands at the forefront of this revolution, offering an intuitive platform that not only classifies but also governs the entire lifecycle of data from creation to disposal. The Purview system integrates data classification, automated mapping, and comprehensive review processes to ensure organizations maintain optimal data health and compliance. In this video, you'll explore the features in Purview that assist with two core steps of information governance, which are data classification and disposition review. As you discovered earlier, Microsoft Purview allows users to categorize data assets by affixing distinct logical tags or classes based on the data's business context. This could range from classification tags like passport number and driver's license number to credit card number, SWIFT code, and even person's name. Benefits of classifying data assets include simplifying their understanding, searching, and governance. Furthermore, classification assists in recognizing the potential risks linked to these assets. This prompts the necessary measures to safeguard essential or sensitive data from unregulated distribution and unauthorized access throughout the data estate. The Microsoft Purview Data Map offers an automated classification feature when scanning data sources. With this, users can avail of over 200 built-in system classifications or formulate custom classifications tailored to their data. Assets can either be auto-classified during ingestion in a configured scan or manually edited post-scan within the Microsoft Purview governance portal. Classification essentially organizes data into logical categories, facilitating easier retrieval, sorting, and future referencing. This is paramount for data governance. Specifically, classifying data assets serves to narrow down the search for data assets that you're interested in, organize data classes that are important in your organization and where they're stored, and highlight the risks associated with your most important data assets and then take appropriate measures to mitigate them. The Microsoft Purview governance portal acknowledges both system and custom classifications. There are over 200 system classifications available, which are indicated with Thunderbolt icons. Hovering over a classification offers insights into its nature and its application specifics. For more tailored needs, custom classifications can be created. These can cater to unique patterns or specific column names not covered under system classifications. For instance, if an employee ID column refers to a globally unique identifier or GUID with a specific pattern, a custom classification can be crafted using a relevant regular expression. When content approaches the end of its retention duration, multiple considerations come into play that might necessitate a re-evaluation before disposing of it. For instance, you may be legally obligated to hold on to relevant content. A different retention period might be required if the original setting was merely provisional. And historical or research importance might dictate relocating the content to an archive. Upon triggering a disposition review at retention's end, designated reviewers are notified via email. Reviewers can be individual users or mail-enabled security groups. The content of this email can be customized, even to include multilingual instructions. However, for multi-language support, users need to manually input translations, and these are displayed to all reviewers regardless of their language setting. After the retention period of an item concludes, reviewers get an initial email notification, followed by weekly reminders detailing the disposition reviews allocated to them. Reviewers can then access the content through the link in the email or by navigating to the disposition page in the Microsoft Purview compliance portal. On the disposition page, reviewers will only encounter reviews designated to them. However, administrators in the selected security group for records management will see all reviews. Reviewers possess the capability to include new users within the same disposition review, although it doesn't bestow these users with necessary permissions automatically. A mini review pane appears for each content item during the review process. Here, if reviewers have the right permissions, they can preview the content. If not, they can request access by selecting the content link. This pane also features a Details tab showcasing indexed properties, content location, creation and modification data, and the responsible parties, and a History tab that logs any previous disposition review actions, potentially accompanied by comments from past reviewers. Disposition reviews can include content from sources like Exchange mailboxes, SharePoint sites, and OneDrive accounts. Notably, this content only faces permanent deletion once the final stage reviewer decides to do so. In this video, you learned about the benefits of using Microsoft Purview as an end-to-end information governance tool solution, from classifying data to reviewing it at the end of retention. Purview's dual focus on automation and user control ensures data assets are managed with precision and adaptability. As organizations grapple with ever-expanding volumes of data, tools like Purview enable them to harness its power while staying compliant and secure. These days, data is not only a crucial asset for businesses, but also a liability if not handled appropriately. Its protection, organization, and compliance should lie at the forefront of an organization's priorities. In this video, you'll go deeper into labeling and classification and understand the value of these practices for achieving these goals. You'll then explore the tools in Microsoft Purview and Microsoft 365 that can aid in this process. Recall that labeling means tagging of data with meaningful identifiers, making it easily discernible and retrievable. Classification is the step that follows, systematically arranging labeled data into categories based on its attributes, type, or sensitivity. Think of labeling as naming a book and classification as placing that book on the correct shelf in a library. On top of making it easier to locate, labeling and classification also play large roles in regulatory compliance and data protection. Regulations are rules or directives that dictate how data, especially sensitive or personal data, should be handled. Preventative measures are proactive actions taken to prevent unauthorized access, use, disclosure, disruption, modification, or destruction of information. Both are integral for businesses to ensure data safety and remain compliant with global standards and local laws. Microsoft Purview offers a wide range of tools designed to facilitate and streamline the data labeling and classification processes. The Purview Data Map, for instance, provides a visual representation of how data is labeled, giving clarity on data's nature and its associated risks. Through the Microsoft Data Classification Dashboard, businesses can glean actionable insights on data distribution and set up triggers for any anomalies, ensuring they are always a step ahead in data protection. Another feature is sensitivity labels. These are markers that can be attached to data, indicating how sensitive it is and prescribing who can access it and under what circumstances. Coupled with the default labels and policies provided by Purview, organizations can ensure a comprehensive data protection cover. When it comes to regulatory compliance, Microsoft Purview stands out. Its data classification dashboard aids businesses categorizing data as per regulatory standards so that information is handled, stored, and transmitted in a legally compliant manner. Further, Purview's information protection helps businesses adhere to both local and global regulations, thus reducing potential legal liabilities. Data classification solutions aren't just limited to Purview, as Microsoft 365 has a few tricks of its own. Responsibilities of a Microsoft 365 administrator include monitoring, evaluating, and categorizing the content within the organization. This ensures its appropriate control, protection, and management in alignment with the organization's requirements. These tasks are done with tools like sensitivity labels, retention labels, and classifications for sensitive information types. There are multiple methodologies to discover, assess, and label the content. Often, this results in many documents and emails being labeled, signifying their importance or sensitivity. Once the labels are applied, administrators typically need an overview of how these labels function across the tenant and how labeled items are being managed. This is where the data classification page comes into play. It offers insights into the quantity and types of items identified as sensitive, the most frequently used sensitivity labels across Microsoft 365 and Azure Information Protection, and the most applied retention labels. It also features a summarized report of user activities related to sensitive content and locations where sensitive and retained data is stored. Furthermore, the data classification page serves as a hub for managing various features. These include trainable classifiers, sensitive information type categories, specialized sensitive information types based on exact data matches, Content Explorer, and Activity Explorer. A key feature of data classification is its ability to scan and identify sensitive and labeled content even before the initiation of any specific policies, a feature termed as zero-change management. This preemptive scan provides administrators a first-hand look at the implications of the applied labels within their ecosystem, thus facilitating informed decisions regarding protection and governance policies. In this video, you've examined how data is methodically identified, categorized, and protected through the processes of labeling and classification. Microsoft's comprehensive suite, encapsulating Microsoft Purview and Microsoft 365, plays an indispensable role in this landscape. These tools ensure that data is not only labeled and classified with precision, but is also managed and protected in compliance with global standards. The blend of visualization, sensitivity labeling, retention management, and preemptive scanning ensures that organizations can maintain a robust data protection regimen, aligning with both their operational needs and regulatory obligations. You've reached the end of the second week in cybersecurity management and compliance. During this time, you've come to realize that securing data doesn't only prevent sensitive information from reaching the wrong people, but also ensures that organizations follow data handling regulations and standards. Before moving on, let's review the key concepts that you have covered. To start things off, you were introduced to the concept of compliance, which is adherence to regulatory, legal, and company standards and policies. Where data management is concerned, Microsoft adheres to many common universal and industry-specific standards as informed by the benchmarks of the Center for Internet Security or CIS. These are reflected in several Microsoft tools and solutions, including Azure Blueprints and the Microsoft Compliance Center. You discovered that a key process in cloud migration is risk assessment, which involves evaluating the risk level presented by apps with access to sensitive information. The steps include identifying risks by pinpointing apps that are potentially problematic and determining their impact, establishing risk levels and determining where the cloud service provider and customer are responsible, and mitigating risks with measures such as credential management and aligning to standardized risk and control frameworks. Next, you explored the features and benefits of Microsoft Purview, a comprehensive data management solution. Core services include data use management, which allows data access policies to be applied, information protection, which is used to discover, classify, and safeguard sensitive data, data lifecycle management, which relates to governing data throughout its lifecycle, and data loss prevention, which aims to stop unintentional disclosure of sensitive data. There are numerous tools in the Purview portal that enable these tasks, but among the most important are records management for organizing legal and business-critical records, automated data classification with pattern-based sensitive information types and AI-powered trainable classifiers, Microsoft Purview Data Map for better understanding the where, who, and how of an organization's data, and Microsoft Purview Policy for specifying actions, effects, data resources, and subjects with policy statements. Moving on, you shifted to insider risk, which refers to the potential threats posed by individuals within an organization. You learned about the two types of insider threats, specifically accidental data breaches, which are unintentional incidents of data compromise, and malicious insider attacks, which are done with the goal of causing harm. Addressing insider risk is important because the impact can range from financial loss to reputational damage, operational disruption, and legal consequences. Insider risk management is an approach for identifying and dealing with these threats and consists of 5 phases: policy, or defining the conditions for identifying risks; alerts, which send pertinent details to reviewers; triage, to determine risk severity and how to respond to them; investigate, which involves examining user activities; and action, or putting a plan into motion. You then explored the tools available in Microsoft Purview for implementing an insider risk management strategy, such as user activity reports that facilitate investigation of a user's history of potential risky behaviors, and the alert dashboard, which compiles alerts generated by risk indicators that are defined in insider risk management policies. Microsoft 365 also has risk prevention solutions like communication compliance to detect risks in organization communications, information barriers to enforce access restrictions and maintain compliance and security, and privileged access management to limit access to the minimum needed to perform a task. You wrapped up with an exercise that had you set up a simulated insider threat, then configure Azure security features to detect it and apply preventive measures. You concluded by familiarizing yourself with the stages of the data lifecycle, which consists of the creation or capture of data, processing data to prepare it for use or analysis, accessing and making use of the data, archiving data that may be useful later, and deleting or purging data that is not needed. You also became aware of Microsoft's 4 guiding principles for engaging with data throughout its lifecycle. These are knowing the data by identifying which assets require greater security, protecting data by such means as encryption and access restrictions, preventing data loss by limiting sharing privileges, and governing data to ensure proper retention, storage, or deletion as needed. Finally, you delved into the features of Purview that help organizations tie the data lifecycle to these principles, such as data catalog for a more structured data browsing experience, data classification for categorizing data assets with built-in or custom classifications, and disposition review for reviewing content at the end of its retention period and deciding next steps. By completing compliance management, you have increased your awareness of how to integrate strong data security practices with a strategy that takes compliance into account. Well done. By now, you understand the importance of organizations needing to be compliant to safeguard their assets, intellectual property, and people. When it comes to organizations accessing government information, certain compliance regulations must be adhered to for information protection and to reduce the risk of cyber breaches occurring. In this video, you will learn about the Federal Information Security Management Act, or FISMA. You will unpack what FISMA is and the implications for federal agencies if they don't adhere to its requirements. So, what is FISMA? FISMA is a US legislation that was introduced to bolster the security framework around federal information systems. Born out of the necessity to protect critical data from potential threats and cyber attacks, FISMA mandates federal organizations to implement, maintain, and continuously update an information security program. Federal organizations must ensure that their information security measures align with the potential risks and severity of damage arising from unauthorized interactions. This includes accessing, utilizing, disclosing, disturbing, altering, or eradicating data gathered or upheld by an agency or on its behalf, or digital systems managed by the agency, contractor, or a different entity representing the agency. So, FISMA encompasses several areas, but the main focus lies on the system inventory, risk categorization, and security controls implementation. FISMA has 6 primary categories that form the foundation of its guidelines. These include risk categorization, minimum baseline controls, document the controls in the system security plan, refine controls using a risk assessment procedure, annual security review, and monitoring the security controls on a continuous basis. Now let's expand upon these categories. Risk categorization involves understanding the risks before implementing security measures. Under FISMA, agencies categorize their information systems based on the potential impact of a security breach. Minimum baseline controls involve setting a foundational security standard that all federal information systems must meet. By adhering to this baseline, agencies ensure that their systems have robust defenses in place. The document the controls in the system security plan category describes established security measures and protocols, therefore supplying a blueprint for securing the information system. With refined controls using a risk assessment procedure, it's not enough to simply implement controls. Agencies must refine these controls based on a systematic risk assessment process as preparation for emerging threats. Security isn't a one-time process. So, annual security reviews, program officials, and agency heads need to conduct yearly reviews that ascertain the effectiveness of the security measures. This is also essential for obtaining FISMA certification. Finally, monitor the security controls on a continuous basis. Involves continuous monitoring to ensure that security protocols are always updated, adaptable, and relevant. FISMA brings a more stringent and structured approach to federal cybersecurity. Agencies must now be proactive, not just in implementing security measures, but in ensuring these measures evolve with the changing cyber environment. This means that beyond meeting FISMA standards, agencies are compelled to foster a culture of cybersecurity awareness and vigilance. There's a standardized approach to security assessment, authorization, and continuous monitoring for cloud products and services. It's a US government-wide program known as the Federal Risk and Authorization Management Program, or FedRAMP. FedRAMP was introduced in December 2011 with the objective of creating a standardized procedure to assess, monitor, and authorize cloud computing services and products. This was in line with FISMA and aimed at promoting the use of secure cloud solutions by US federal agencies. FedRAMP ensures that cloud services and products used by federal agencies meet consistent security requirements. These requirements not only reduce duplicative efforts among agencies, but save time and money. It also helps in ensuring that the information held by the federal government in the cloud remains secure and is managed according to established standards. For cloud service providers or CSPs interested in offering their services to a federal agency, there are three distinct routes to prove their FedRAMP compliance. These include securing a provisional authorization to operate, or PATO, from the FedRAMP Joint Authorization Board, or JAB for short, acquiring an authorization to operate, or ATO, directly from a federal agency, and independently crafting a CSP-supplied package that aligns with program stipulations. Regardless of the chosen route, it's mandatory for the CSPs to undergo an assessment. This evaluation is carried out by an independent third-party assessment organization, also known as 3PAO, that is recognized by the program. Subsequently, there's an intensive technical review conducted by the FedRAMP Program Management Office, or PMO. The foundation of FedRAMP lies in the standards set by the National Institute of Standards and Technology, or NIST SP 853, and further enhanced by specific FedRAMP controls. The FedRAMP authorizations are segmented into three distinct impact levels as outlined by NIST Federal Information Processing Standard, or FIPS 199. Low impact is where the loss of confidentiality, integrity, or availability would have a limited effect on the organization. Moderate impact is where a loss leads to a serious adverse effect, and high impact results in severe or catastrophic consequences. Notably, as the impact level rises, the number of controls in the baseline also increases. For instance, while the FedRAMP moderate baseline comprises 325 controls, the FedRAMP high baseline encompasses 421 controls. In this video, you learned about FISMA and FedRAMP frameworks within US federal cybersecurity. These frameworks emphasize the criticality of safeguarding federal information systems against contemporary and emerging threats. You learned that FISMA, through its structured approach and comprehensive categories, forces federal agencies to not only implement robust security measures, but to refine and adapt them in the face of a continually evolving digital landscape. You discovered that, with the increasing reliance on cloud computing, FedRAMP offers a standardized approach to assess, monitor, and authorize cloud services, ensuring their alignment with the vital security prerequisites. Previously, you learned that the Federal Information Security Management Act, or FISMA, forces federal agencies to not only implement robust security measures, but to refine and adapt them continuously. You also learned that with the increasing reliance on cloud computing, FedRAMP offers a standardized approach to assess, monitor, and authorize cloud services, ensuring their alignment with the vital security prerequisites. In this video, you'll move on to explore what the National Institute of Standards and Technology, or NIST framework is, and how this framework helps organizations systematically manage cybersecurity risk. You'll also discover Microsoft is associated with NIST. Let's define what NIST is. The National Institute of Standards and Technology framework provides a comprehensive structure for organizations to manage and mitigate cybersecurity risks. This globally recognized framework is both flexible and adaptable and is therefore suitable for various sectors and organizational sizes. The NIST framework emphasizes the importance of aligning cybersecurity activities with business objectives and integrating cybersecurity risks into an organization's overall risk management strategy. It is composed of three main components. Framework Core contains common cybersecurity activities, outcomes, and references that apply broadly across various sectors and critical infrastructures. It offers detailed guidance for crafting specific organizational profiles. Then, using framework profiles allows organizations to synchronize and prioritize their cybersecurity endeavors according to their specific business goals, risk tolerance, and available resources. Implementation tiers enable organizations to assess and comprehend the nature of their cybersecurity risk management approach, aiding in setting priorities and attaining cybersecurity goals. The framework is effective in fostering technical innovation due to its technology-neutral stance and reference to a range of evolving standards, guidelines, and practices. By leveraging global standards updated by the industry, it ensures tools and methods are adaptable across borders, recognizing global cybersecurity risks and technological progression. Using these standards boosts economies of scale and spurs the creation of efficient products and services aligned with market demands. Market competition further accelerates the spread of these technologies and benefits stakeholders. The framework establishes a universal taxonomy for organizations to describe their current cybersecurity posture, outline their cybersecurity goals, identify and prioritize opportunities for improvement within the context of a continuous and repeatable process, track progress to the desired state, and share information about cybersecurity risk with both internal and external parties. So, you've realized that risk management is a continuous process. It's where organizations identify, assess, and respond to risks by understanding the probability of an event's occurrence and its potential impacts. By comprehending their risk tolerance, organizations can prioritize cybersecurity measures and make informed decisions about their investments in cybersecurity. This approach aids organizations in adjusting and communicating changes to their cybersecurity strategies. They can address risks by mitigating, transferring, avoiding, or accepting them based on the implications for their essential services. The NIST framework assists in regularly evaluating risks and ensuring organizations' cybersecurity measures align with desired outcomes. It is designed to be adaptive and flexible, suitable for various cybersecurity risk management approaches, including those by the International Organization for Standardization, or ISO. But how do you use the NIST framework? Well, while it serves as a comprehensive tool for organizations to systematically manage cybersecurity risk, it's not intended to replace existing processes. Instead, it's there to overlay onto processes, identify gaps, and provide a roadmap for improvement. The framework can be applied across various phases of a system's lifecycle. These phases are plan, design, build or buy, deploy, operate, and decommission. Organizations can use the framework in several ways, such as basic review of cybersecurity practices, establishing or improving a cybersecurity program, and communicating cybersecurity requirements with stakeholders. With basic review of cybersecurity practices, organizations can use the framework core to compare current activities and outcomes against 5 high-level functions, such as identify, protect, detect, respond, and recover. This can help in identifying areas for improvement or overinvestment. Establishing or improving a cybersecurity program is a 7-step process. Step 1 prioritizes and scopes by identifying business objectives and determining the scope of systems. Step 2 is where you align by identifying related systems, assets, regulations, and risks. Step 3 involves creating a current profile outlining which outcomes are currently achieved. In Step 4, you need to conduct a risk assessment to understand the likelihood and impact of cybersecurity events. Step 5 creates a target profile focusing on desired cybersecurity outcomes. Step 6 involves determining, analyzing, and prioritizing gaps between the current and target profiles, followed by action plan creation. The last step is the implementation of the action plan by adjusting current practices to reach the target profile. Organizations can also use the framework through communicating cybersecurity requirements with stakeholders. The framework provides a common language for expressing cybersecurity requirements, especially useful for complex and interconnected supply chains. It can be used to convey required categories and subcategories to external partners, report results through a current profile, or align the organization's cybersecurity approach with broader sector-specific or critical infrastructure requirements. NIST facilitates continuous improvement and enables the prioritization of cybersecurity investments. It considers privacy and civil liberties implications and allows for the alignment and customization based on business needs, risk tolerances, and resources. Microsoft actively engages with the NIST framework to ensure its products and services remain compliant and secure. For instance, Microsoft provides guidance on NIST SP 800-171 and details how its services align with these standards. Microsoft's commitment to NIST standards reflects its dedication to maintaining robust security measures, protecting both its internal processes and its vast customer base. Microsoft Purview Compliance Manager is a feature in the Microsoft Purview Compliance Portal to help you understand your organization's compliance posture and take actions to help reduce risks. Compliance Manager offers a premium template for building an assessment for this regulation. In this video, you learned what the National Institute of Standards and Technology Framework is. You now know that it offers a globally recognized, flexible and adaptive, and comprehensive structure for addressing cybersecurity risks across diverse sectors and organization sizes. By emphasizing the alignment of cybersecurity initiatives with business objectives and encapsulating them within an overall risk management strategy, the framework offers a nuanced approach to cyber defense and resilience. It also promotes technological innovation and adaptability to global standards. By integrating principles of continuous risk management, the framework facilitates informed decision-making regarding cybersecurity investments and strategies. By now, you have covered the Federal Information Security Management Act, or FISMA, as well as the National Institute of Standards and Technology, or NIST framework. In this video, you will learn about another important legislative act called Sarbanes-Oxley Act, commonly known as SOX. Understanding the importance of SOX and its implications is crucial for finance, accounting, or business administration. SOX is a United States federal law enacted in 2002 to protect investors from fraudulent accounting activities by corporations. It was a direct response to the financial scandals involving companies like Enron, Tyco, and WorldCom. These events shook investor confidence and emphasized the need for regulatory oversight. SOX is important for many reasons. It facilitates investor protection, ensures the accuracy of financial statements, improves corporate governance, and minimizes human error. Let's unpack this in more detail. When it comes to investor protection, SOX's primary objective is to protect investors by enhancing the accuracy and reliability of corporate financial statements and disclosures. These changes include strict auditing requirements, increased internal controls, and a requirement for chief executive officers or CEOs and chief financial officers or CFOs to personally certify the accuracy of their company's financial information. The Act requires companies to maintain financial records for 7 years, implement internal controls, and undergo external audits. This enhanced transparency ensures that investors can make informed decisions based on accurate financial information. SOX ensures the accuracy of financial statements by imposing stringent auditing requirements on companies to present accurate and complete financial information. Section 404, one of the most notable sections of the Act, mandates that companies evaluate their internal financial controls and report on their effectiveness. Auditors must validate these reports, thus ensuring that financial statements are free from manipulation. SOX has substantially improved corporate governance by implementing new layers of control and reporting, thereby enhancing accountability among executives and boards of directors, ultimately transforming how companies operate internally. There's a few ways in which SOX minimizes human error. Let's unpack this further. Auditors often cite manual processes as the weakest link in internal control because humans are prone to fatigue, distraction, stress, and errors. Automated controls are generally more reliable. They require fewer tests, and according to the Public Company Accounting Oversight Board, or PCAOB, which oversees the audits of public companies, some may only need testing every 3 years if unchanged. However, some situations require human judgment. For instance, Manpower uses a system that flags sales adjustments over $10,000 but allows human oversight to decide if the adjustment is reasonable or requires further investigation. Despite the urgency for internal improvement, especially following regulations like Sarbanes-Oxley, many companies have not implemented improvements. The lack of progress is due to various reasons, including audit committees not pressing for changes beyond asset protection, CEOs not allocating enough resources, CFOs not finding valuable ways to utilize SOX, and a lack of collaboration among CEOs, CFOs, and internal audit departments. There are implications for companies that are non-compliant with SOX. These implications result in financial penalties, legal consequences, a loss of investor trust, and operational challenges. Financial penalties may occur when organizations and their executives fail to comply with SOX regulations. These penalties aren't limited to monetary fines. They also encompass the loss of particular benefits that the company or its executives may have previously enjoyed. Such punitive measures serve to deter organizations from engaging in deceptive financial practices and encourage transparent financial reporting. The legal consequences of not complying with SOX are severe. Company executives can face jail time for fraudulent financial reporting. The purpose behind these stringent consequences is to introduce a sense of responsibility and accountability at the organization's controls, ensuring that the top-ranked employees of a company are committed to maintaining financial integrity. Another implication of non-compliance with SOX is the loss of investor trust. It's paramount to any publicly traded company. SOX aims to protect these investors by ensuring that financial statements are transparent and accurate. Companies that fail to adhere to SOX regulations risk damaging this trust, which can subsequently lead to plummeting stock prices. It presents challenges with raising capital for future projects or expansions, thereby hindering growth potential. While the direct financial and legal repercussions are tangible and immediately recognizable, there are other indirect consequences of SOX non-compliance. Operational challenges can result in increased audit fees, denting companies' finances. Simultaneously, the burden of undergoing legal proceedings, responding to investigations, and addressing shareholder concerns can take away time and resources from the core business functions, thereby impacting productivity and, by extension, profitability. In this video, you learned what the Sarbanes-Oxley Act is and that its establishment arose from the ashes of financial scandals aiming to restore investor confidence by demanding transparency, accuracy, and accountability from corporations. Non-compliance with SOX not only brings about severe financial penalties and legal ramifications, but also risks the erosion of investor trust and potential operational disruptions. For corporations to thrive in today's competitive environment, adherence to SOX is not merely a legal mandate, but a testament to their commitment to integrity and good governance. The General Data Protection Regulation, or GDPR, has revolutionized the way organizations manage and safeguard personal data, especially for EU residents. In this video, you will gain insight into achieving GDPR compliance by leveraging Microsoft products and services and clarifying key terms, rights, and responsibilities. You will begin understanding data subject requests, GDPR breach notifications, or conducting data protection impact assessments. These facets are crucial for any organization aiming to be compliant, particularly if they are integrating Microsoft tools. First, let's define GDPR. GDPR establishes regulations for organizations interacting with or analyzing data of European Union or EU residents, regardless of the organization's location. This is to ensure GDPR compliance when utilizing Microsoft products and services. Key GDPR terms include data controller, which is the entity deciding the purpose and method of processing personal data, Personal data and data subject is information about an identifiable individual. A processor is the entity processing data for the controller, and customer data encompasses data generated and stored during business operations. GDPR allows individuals to manage their personal data with organizations via data subject requests or DSR. Organizations must timely address DSRs, data breaches, and conduct data protection impact assessments or DPIAs. You'll unpack these facets in just a bit. But first, some essential steps for GDPR compliance include creating or reviewing your data privacy policy, assessing data security, identifying your data controller, and understanding necessary data security processes. Now there's what's known as the Recommended Action Plan for GDPR and Accountability Readiness Checklists that assist in assessing and implementing GDPR compliance, especially for those using Microsoft tools. So, GDPR serves people in the EU and requires them to manage and safeguard the personal data of individuals, regardless of the organization's location. The California Consumer Privacy Act, or CCPA, offers similar rights for California consumers. These rights are to delete, access, and port their personal information and include additional provisions like opt-out or opt-in for certain data sales. Both GDPR and CCPA necessitate completing DSRs when using Microsoft products and services like Office 365, Microsoft Azure, and Microsoft Intune. Now it's time to explore data subject requests, data breaches, and conduct data protection impact assessments in more detail. A DSR grants individuals, who are termed data subjects, the authority to manage their collected personal data from organizations, otherwise known as data controllers. Under GDPR, these rights encompass obtaining personal data copies, requesting alterations, restricting processing, deleting, and receiving it electronically for transfer to another controller. CCPA endorses similar rights. Controllers must swiftly address DSRs by executing the asked action or giving a justification for non-compliance. To complete a DSR, several procedures may be essential, depending on the organization's GDPR compliance standards. Discovery involves determining the required data for a DSR. Access is the retrieval and possibly sending the discovered data to the individual. Rectify involves changes made to the personal data upon request. Restrict means modifying access or processing of data, possibly by limiting access or removing it from Microsoft's cloud. Export involves supplying the personal data to the individual in a standard electronic format, and delete is erasing personal data permanently from the Microsoft cloud. Next is a personal data breach. Under the General Data Protection Regulation, it's defined as a security breach resulting in the unintentional or illegal destruction, loss, alteration, unauthorized disclosure, or access to personal data, whether it's transmitted, stored, or processed in other ways. So what is Microsoft's relationship to GDPR? Well, Microsoft is committed to the GDPR and defines a security incident or data breach as unauthorized or illegal access to customer data stored within its facilities or equipment. Microsoft acts as a data processor to help service customers or data controllers fulfill the GDPR's breach notification obligations. Customers are notified of data breaches unless the breached data is proven to be unintelligible, like encrypted data where key integrity remains uncompromised. Data controllers have the duty to assess privacy risks and determine if a breach mandates notifying the customer's Data Protection Authority or DPA. Microsoft provides the necessary information to assist in these evaluations. Initial breach notifications from Microsoft include the breach nature, estimated user impact, and any mitigation measures. Additional communication is actioned if the initial investigation remains incomplete. Under the GDPR, controllers must conduct a data protection impact assessment for operations that could lead to risking the rights and freedoms of individuals. Although Microsoft's products and services don't inherently require a DPIA, due to their customizability, one might be necessary depending on a user's specific configuration. The responsibility to determine the need for a DPIA lies with the data controller, given that Microsoft doesn't have control or significant insight into user configurations. In this video, you learned about GDPR and that ensuring GDPR compliance is an ongoing process for organizations. Microsoft takes data protection seriously, offering tools and mechanisms to aid this endeavor. Whether it's the intricacies of DSRs, the rigorous measures to handle data breaches, or the nuances of DPIAs, it's evident that both GDPR and Microsoft prioritize user data protection. Organizations must remain vigilant, informed, and always prepared to adapt to maintain the trust and safety of their stakeholders. In today's digitally connected world, the importance of data security cannot be overstated. Organizations invest substantial resources into ensuring that their data remains confidential and integrity is maintained. One of the most globally recognized frameworks for this endeavor is the security standards set by the International Organization for Standardization, otherwise known as ISO. In this video, you will build your knowledge of ISO 27001, which serves as a benchmark for information security management. The ISO is an independent, non-governmental entity that develops standards to ensure the quality, safety, and efficiency of products, services, and systems globally. An ISO standard is essentially a set of universally accepted guidelines, practices, or requirements in a specific domain. By conforming to these standards, businesses demonstrate their commitment to delivering high-quality goods and services to their stakeholders. These standards not only serve as a quality assurance mechanism, but also as a universally accepted system of best practices. The ISO has published various standards, but one that stands out when it comes to information security is ISO 27001. This standard is part of the larger ISO/IEC 27000 family, which focuses on various aspects of information security, or InfoSec, including risk management and compliance. ISO 27001 establishes guidelines for an information security management system, or ISMS. This is an organized approach consisting of processes, technology, and people to protect and manage an organization's information using risk management procedures. The ISO 27001 standard provides a framework for establishing, implementing, operating, monitoring, reviewing, maintaining, and improving an ISMS. Its broad applicability ensures that it can be tailored to any organization irrespective of its size or the nature of its business. ISO 27001 is often seen as a benchmark in the realm of information security. It's an internationally recognized standard, which means achieving certification can provide an organization with a valuable badge of trust. This standard is comprehensive, touching upon all the necessary components required for a robust ISMS. To comprehend its importance, consider the vast array of cyber threats that organizations face daily. From data breaches to ransomware attacks, the cyber landscape is fraught with dangers that can inflict severe financial and reputational damage. ISO 27001 offers a structured approach to address these challenges, allowing businesses to identify potential threats, assess associated risks, and implement suitable controls to mitigate them. ISO 27001 revolves around a risk assessment process. Organizations need to identify risks related to the confidentiality, integrity, and availability of information. After identifying these risks, they then evaluate and prioritize them based on their potential impacts and vulnerabilities. Businesses then decide on risk treatment options, whether to mitigate, avoid, transfer, or accept these risks. Furthermore, ISO 27001 emphasizes the need for continuous improvement. This means that businesses should periodically review and refine their ISMS to stay ahead of the ever-evolving threat landscape. The standard has a set of controls outlined in Annex A, which are designed to address specific security risks. These controls serve as recommendations for organizations to ensure the confidentiality, integrity, and availability of information. Let's explore some of the key controls in ISO 27001. When it comes to determining policies and responsibilities, you have information security policies, which establishes a framework for information security management, ensuring appropriate policies are in place and reviewed regularly. Organization of information security for defining roles, responsibilities, and reporting lines within the organization. Human resource security to ensure that employees and contractors are aware of and comply with their security responsibilities. And asset management for identifying and classifying organizational assets and defining appropriate protection responsibilities. There are also controls that relate to data security measures, namely access control for restricting access to information and systems to authorized users only, cryptography, which calls for encryption and other methods to secure sensitive data, physical and environmental security to protect physical facilities, equipment, and information from threats, operations security for ensuring secure operations of information processing facilities, communication security for protecting information during transmission, and system acquisition, development, and maintenance, ensuring that security is built into IT systems from the outset. Finally, some controls can ensure safety in relation to factors outside of your immediate control, such as supplier relationships for managing risks associated with third-party access to organizational assets, information security incident management to prepare for and responding to security breaches, information security aspects of business continuity management, which ensures continuity of information security management in adverse situations, and compliance for ensuring adherence to legal, regulatory, and contractual requirements related to information security. Implementing these controls requires a risk-based approach, considering the specific needs and context of each organization. Achieving ISO 27001 certification indicates that an organization has a comprehensive approach to information security built around these core controls. In this video, you discovered how the ISO 27001 standard serves as an invaluable benchmark for organizations aiming to safeguard their data and information systems. This comprehensive framework, underpinned by its extensive set of controls outlined in Annex A, provides a robust and adaptable approach for establishing an information security management system. By adopting ISO 27001, organizations not only demonstrate their commitment to high-quality information security practices, but also arm themselves against the array of cyber threats that pose significant financial and reputational risks. An emphasis on risk assessment, coupled with a continuous improvement model, makes ISO 27001 a dynamic tool for organizations to stay ahead in the ever-evolving landscape of information security challenges. You might be aware that as a part of compliance, all cloud resources need to be set up in a particular way, such as having access restrictions in place. But wouldn't it require a large amount of time and effort to manually configure different types of resources individually? Fortunately, Microsoft Azure offers a solution for getting around this task. In this video, you'll learn about Azure Blueprints and how you can use it to facilitate a move to the cloud. Azure Blueprints, as its name suggests, is like a blueprint for building and setting up Azure services and resources in a consistent and compliant manner. It aids organizations in defining a repeatable set of Azure resources that adhere to requirements and standards. These blueprints are effectively templates that can be used to quickly spin up fully governed environments. Think of them as a design pattern for cloud environments. The power of Azure Blueprints lies in its ability to enforce standards across multiple projects or teams. This ensures consistent policy implementation and resource conventions, promoting both efficiency and compliance. Azure Blueprint is essentially a template that encompasses Azure resources, policy assignments, role assignments, and more. Once defined, a blueprint can be applied to different scopes, such as a subscription, resource group, or management group, offering varying levels of granularity. One interesting aspect of Azure Blueprint is its scope of application. The scope, in this context, refers to the level of granularity at which you can enforce behaviors. It means that organizations can define different standards for various levels or units, thereby offering a balance between centralized governance and flexibility for teams. Another fundamental concept associated with Azure Blueprints is resource locking, which prevents any unwanted changes to the resources defined in the blueprint. When a blueprint is assigned, the defined resources and configurations are locked, ensuring compliance with the organizational standards. This feature is pivotal in maintaining the integrity of deployments, especially in environments where adherence to strict guidelines is paramount. Additionally, the sequence in which resources are deployed via a blueprint is not arbitrary. There is a defined order to ensure dependencies are handled correctly and the desired end state is achieved. By understanding this deployment sequence, organizations can better predict and plan their infrastructure deployments, ensuring a smoother rollout of resources. As organizations shift to the cloud, the lines between development and operations are fading. Agile practices have accelerated team deployments, making reliable and consistent cloud infrastructure essential. Consequently, infrastructure is now seamlessly integrated into the development process, demanding a unified management approach for both infrastructure and application code. To address these challenges, the concept of infrastructure as code, or IAC, is adopted. In this approach, the infrastructure needed for an application is defined in code, which is then versioned and stored in a source repository similar to application code. This enables team members to easily deploy consistent and similar environments by executing this code. For Azure-based solutions, Azure Resource Manager or ARM templates are recommended for implementing IAC. These templates are JSON files that define the infrastructure and its configurations. They employ a declarative syntax, allowing you to outline what resources are to be deployed and their properties without having to specify the sequence of commands to create them. This makes the infrastructure easily replicable and reliable for agile development teams. Azure Blueprints and ARM templates serve different yet complementary roles in Azure deployment and management. Azure Blueprints is a service designed for environment setup, encompassing resource groups, policies, role assignments, and ARM template deployments. Think of a blueprint as a comprehensive package that combines these artifact types, allowing for composition, versioning, and integration into continuous integration and continuous deployment, or CI/CD pipelines. Once a blueprint is assigned to a subscription, it provides an auditable and trackable process. On the other hand, ARM templates primarily facilitate Azure deployments. They don't natively exist in Azure and are stored either locally, in source control, or in templates preview. Once resources are deployed using an ARM template, there is no lingering connection between the deployed resources and the template. The standout feature of Azure Blueprint is its ability to preserve the relationship between the blueprint definition and its assignment. This ensures enhanced tracking and auditing. Moreover, Azure Blueprints can simultaneously update multiple subscriptions governed by a single blueprint. However, it's essential to understand that ARM templates and Azure Blueprints aren't mutually exclusive. Each blueprint can incorporate multiple ARM template artifacts, ensuring that prior investments in developing a library of ARM templates can be seamlessly integrated into Azure Blueprints. Azure Blueprints, by their very nature, are designed to enforce specific behaviors and configurations. When an organization needs to maintain compliance with standards like ISO, they can craft blueprints that align with these standards. Once applied, these blueprints ensure that every deployment within their scope adheres to the defined guidelines. This not only helps in achieving compliance, but also significantly eases the burden of maintaining it over time. In this video, you discovered that Azure Blueprints and ARM templates are instrumental tools for organizations transitioning to the cloud, striving for consistent and compliant infrastructure deployment. While ARM templates offer a code-centric approach to defining infrastructure, Azure Blueprints serve as a holistic package for setting up governed environments, ensuring consistency, and tracking deployments. Azure Blueprint's unique feature of preserving relationships between definitions and assignments facilitates enhanced tracking, while its capability for resource locking safeguards deployment integrity. Significantly, when organizations aim to adhere to rigorous standards like ISO, Azure Blueprints emerge as a pivotal asset. By aligning blueprints with these standards, organizations can seamlessly achieve and maintain compliance, making the process both efficient and reliable. Previously, you learned how Azure Blueprints can help you set up Azure resources and services, in effect, facilitating a move to the cloud. In this video, you'll be guided through the process for creating a blueprint. This includes setting a role assignment, policy assignment, resource group, and Azure Resource Manager template. The first step is to access the Microsoft Azure portal by visiting the URL portal.azure.com. On the home page, select Blueprints within the Azure Services section to open the Blueprints page. Here, select the Create button found beneath the Create a Blueprint section. On this page, you'll be given the option to choose from a selection of pre-defined blueprint samples, but let's select Start with Blank Blueprint to build one from scratch. Provide a blueprint name such as My Blueprint. Note that you can use up to 48 letters and numbers, but no spaces or special characters. Leave the blueprint description blank for now. You'll next set a definition location. Select the ellipsis button beside the definition location box. In the window on the right, open the drop-down menu and select the management group or subscription where you want to save the blueprint. In this case, I will select Azure Subscription 1 and then choose Select. Before you continue, verify that the information is correct. The blueprint name and definition location fields can't be changed later. Then select Next, Artifacts at the bottom of the page so that you can begin adding artifacts to the blueprint. Let's first add a role assignment at the subscription level. To do so, under Subscription, select Add Artifact. The Add Artifact window opens on the right side of the browser. For the artifact type, select Role Assignment. Uncheck the box beside this value should be specified when the blueprint is assigned. In the Add User, App or Group menu, select a user, which in this case will be Joe from Sam's Scoops. For the role, select Contributor. Finally, select Add to add this artifact to the blueprint. Next, you'll need to add a policy assignment at the subscription level. Under the Role Assignment artifact, select Add Artifact. For the artifact type, select Policy Assignment. Change the type to Built-in and then in the search box, enter Tag. Within the search results, scroll down as needed and select Append Tag and its value to Resource Groups. Select Add to add this artifact to the blueprint. The next step is to add a resource group at the subscription level. So once again, under Subscription, select Add Artifact. For the artifact type, select Resource Group. Leave the artifact display name, resource group name, and location boxes blank. Make sure that the checkbox is checked for each parameter property to make them dynamic parameters. Then select Add to add this artifact to the blueprint. You now have several artifacts in place, but you're not done just yet. Now it's time to add a template under the resource group. Under Resource Group, select Add Artifact. For the artifact type, select Azure Resource Manager template. Set the artifact display name to Storage Account and leave the description blank. In the editor box beneath the Template tab, you'll need to add the code for an ARM template. You can find a text file containing this code by selecting Download beneath this video and then selecting the ARM template file or by opening the link in the additional resources. If you're following along, go ahead and copy the code and paste it into the editor. Select Add to add this artifact to the blueprint. Your completed blueprint should appear similar to what I have on screen. In the Parameters column, notice that each artifact has X out of Y parameters populated. The dynamic parameters are set during each assignment of the blueprint. Now that you've added all planned artifacts, select Save Draft at the bottom of the page to save your blueprint. This will return you to the Blueprint's Definitions page, and you'll find My Blueprint in the list. In this video, you found out what goes into defining a custom blueprint. Specifically, you added a role assignment, policy assignment, resource group, and Azure Resource Manager template. Recently, you were led through the steps for creating an Azure blueprint. But perhaps you're wondering how blueprints differ from policies. In this video, you'll learn how to differentiate between the two and better understand the relationship between them. A blueprint is a package or container for composing focus-specific sets of standards, patterns, and requirements related to the implementation of Azure cloud services, security, and design that can be reused to maintain consistency and compliance. A policy is a default allow and explicit deny system focused on resource properties during deployment and for already existing resources. It supports cloud governance by validating that resources within a subscription adhere to requirements and standards. Now, let's explore a few of the built-in policies that are available in Azure. To view all the policy definitions, you need to visit Azure Policy. You can do this by entering Policy into the search bar at the top of the Azure portal and then selecting Policy. Next, select Definitions in the left pane. In the search field, enter NIST and select NIST SP 853 Rev 4 from the resulting list. On this page, you'll find a list of policies associated with this standard. This covers topics as wide-ranging as auditing and role-based access control, but let's pick a specific policy to zero in on. Select Develop Access Control Policies and Procedures to review it. Inside of this policy definition, you'll find a template, available artifacts, and several other details. Now, return to the main definitions page and search for separation. This produces a list of policies related to separation of duties. Then select NIST SP 853 Rev 4 once more and conduct the same search, and you'll get a list of only the policies connected to this standard. Select Define Access Authorizations to support separation of duties to review this policy in greater detail. In this video, you learned about the differences between blueprints and policies in Azure, as well as the relationship between them. Previously, you were introduced to some laws and standards such as the Information Security Management Act or ISMA and International Organization for Standardization or ISO standards. In this video, you'll continue by exploring control objectives for information and related technologies, otherwise known as COBIT. You'll also explore the Azure Audit program with the Information Systems Audit and Control Association or ISACA. Let's first define what COBIT is. COBIT is a framework for information technology or IT, governance and management. It was created by ISACA in 1996 and is a global professional association that focuses on information and cybersecurity, governance, assurance, risk and privacy. COBIT helps organizations align their IT goals with their business objectives, optimize their IT resources and processes, and manage IT risks and compliance. COBIT started as a set of control objectives for IT audits, but has evolved into a comprehensive framework that addresses aspects like planning, delivery, support, monitoring, and evaluation. It provides guidance on implementing and assessing IT controls, best practices, maturity models, performance indicators, and benchmarks. COBIT operates on the following 5 key principles. Address stakeholder needs, involves identifying and prioritizing the needs of stakeholders such as customers, employees, and regulators. It helps balance the benefits, risks, and resources of IT investments. The next principle is cover the enterprise end-to-end, where all IT-related activities and processes are covered comprehensively. It integrates seamlessly with other frameworks and standards like Information Technology Infrastructure Library or ITIL, ISO, the Committee of Sponsoring Organizations or COSO, and the National Institute of Standards and Technology or NIST. Thirdly, apply a single integrated framework offers a structured approach to IT governance and management that guides organizations to customize the framework to their specific needs. The Enable a Holistic Approach principle considers all factors that influence IT's performance and outcomes, such as people, processes, technology, and organizational structures. It provides dimensions like stakeholders, goals, lifecycle, and good practices to enhance IT enablers. Finally, with separate governance from management, COBIT distinguishes between governance and management roles and responsibilities. Governance aligns IT objectives with business objectives and directs IT management, while management executes IT activities and processes following the governance direction. So essentially, COBIT is a holistic framework for achieving strategic alignment, managing risks, and optimizing resources in the IT domain based on clear principles and customizable guidelines. COBIT consists of 4 main components, namely the COBIT core model, the COBIT performance management system, the COBIT design and implementation guides, and the COBIT assessment program. The COBIT core model defines essential elements of IT governance and management across 5 domains: evaluate, direct and monitor or EDM, align, plan and organize or APO, build, acquire and implement or BAI, deliver service and support or abbreviated as DSS, and monitor, evaluate and assess or MEA. Each domain encompasses several processes with specific goals, practices, activities, inputs, outputs, roles, responsibilities, and metrics. The COBIT performance management system measures and monitors IT performance and outcomes using a balanced scorecard approach. It defines targets including enterprise, IT-related, enabler, and process goals and employs performance indicators to track and report achievement. Then, COBIT design and implementation guides inform design and implementation of an IT governance and management system based on the 2 previous components. It covers topics like business case development, stakeholder analysis, gap analysis, roadmap development, change management, and continuous improvement. Lastly, the COBIT assessment program evaluates the maturity and capability of IT processes using the COBIT Process Assessment Model, or PAM, and the ISO/IEC 15504 standard. It provides self-assessments, facilitated assessments, and formal assessments to accomplish this. Each component plays a crucial role in helping organizations align their IT goals with business objectives. This ensures optimal IT performance and establishes a well-governed and managed IT environment. Now that you understand what COBIT is, let's move on to the Azure Audit Program. The Azure Audit Program is a guide created by ISACA for auditors to evaluate the adequacy and effectiveness of cloud services provided by Microsoft Azure. This ensures that its implementation supports the organization's operational and compliance objectives. The Azure Audit Program evaluates the following domains: governance, network configuration and management, identity and access management, resource security, logging and monitoring, security and incident response, and data encryption controls. Let's explore each of these one at a time. Governance assesses the establishment and implementation of a governance framework, the alignment with business objectives, and risk management for Azure. Network configuration and management evaluates the secure and efficient configuration and management of network resources and security controls to protect network traffic and data. Identity and access management then reviews the implementation and maintenance of identity and access management systems and assesses the enforcement of security principles for Azure users and roles. One useful tool here is Microsoft Entra ID Protection, which helps organizations detect, investigate, and remediate identity-based risks. These risks can be passed on to conditional access to make access decisions or fed back to a Security Information and Event Management or SIEM tool for further investigation. Resource Security assesses the security of Azure resources and leverages Azure security services to enhance the security posture and visibility of its resources. Logging and Monitoring analyzes whether Azure logging and monitoring services have been enabled and configured properly to collect and analyze operational and security data. The Security Incident Response domain evaluates the establishment and implementation of a Security Incident Response Plan for Azure. And Data Encryption Controls examines the encryption strategies deployed for data, whether it's at rest, in transit, or being processed. The program is aligned with the NIST Cybersecurity framework. It maps the audit areas and objectives to the framework's core functions, which are identify, protect, detect, respond, and recover. Recall that these functions assist auditors and organizations in evaluating and enhancing their Azure cybersecurity practices. This framework also provides a collection of standards, guidelines, and best practices for managing cybersecurity risk. In this video, you learned that COBIT is a comprehensive framework for IT governance and management. It assists organizations in aligning IT objectives with business goals, optimizing resources, and managing risks. The four principal components of COBIT are the COBIT core model, performance management system, design and implementation guides, and the assessment program. Additionally, you know that the Azure Audit program is a guide for appraising the compliance of Azure service implementations. The program is mapped to the NIST cybersecurity framework and strengthens an organization's cybersecurity stance. Cloud computing is a rapidly growing and evolving technology that offers many benefits for enterprises, such as scalability, flexibility, cost efficiency, and innovation. However, cloud computing also introduces new challenges and risks, such as data privacy, security, compliance, and governance. Therefore, enterprises need to adopt appropriate frameworks and standards to ensure that their cloud services are aligned with their business objectives, stakeholder needs, and regulatory requirements. The National Institute of Standards and Technology, or NIST, Control Objectives for Information and Related Technologies, or COBIT, and the Microsoft Azure Audit program are three examples of such frameworks and standards that help enterprises manage and audit their cloud services effectively and efficiently. In this video, you'll discover the steps to define the privacy requirements for cloud services using these frameworks and standards. There are resources that first prepare you to define cloud service privacy requirements. Organizing these preparatory resources involves gathering vital information. This consists of business objectives, which relate to an enterprise's guiding principles like vision, mission, values, goals, and strategies. Stakeholder needs, which include expectations and requirements from all parties with an interest in cloud services, including customers, employees, regulators, and more. Legal and regulatory obligations are the laws and standards that dictate how sensitive data is handled in the cloud, including General Data Protection Regulation, or GDPR, Health Insurance Portability and Accountability Act, or HIPAA, and the Payment Card Industry Data Security Standards known as PCI DSS. Another preparatory resource is gathering cloud service provider details, contracts and policies from the cloud provider that outline the terms of service, privacy policies, and data handling practices. An enterprise's privacy framework involves existing privacy policies and procedures that guide the organization's privacy management. This includes risk assessment processes, privacy training, and incident response plans. Then, privacy risk assessment is an evaluation of potential risks associated with cloud services like unauthorized data access, legal non-compliance, and reputational damage. And privacy impact assessment is an analysis of how cloud services might impact privacy, detailing necessary controls and measures to ensure data protection and compliance. It's important that you know how to determine privacy capabilities, which includes assessing both the current and desired privacy abilities of an enterprise and its cloud service provider. It is structured around the NIST privacy framework comprised of the core, profiles, and implementation tiers. The core outlines the fundamental privacy functions, categories, and subcategories. It details relevant outcomes and activities for cloud services and includes the following 5 functions: identify, govern, control, communicate, and protect. Recall that these functions assist auditors and organizations in evaluating and enhancing their Azure cybersecurity practices. Each function expands into categories and subcategories in the NIST Privacy Framework document, which you can read later in additional resources. Next are the profiles that represent the existing and desired privacy outcomes based on enterprise objectives, stakeholder needs, and risk appetite, pinpointing the privacy capability gaps and improvement opportunities. Profiles are formulated by selecting and prioritizing relevant subcategories from the core based on the urgency and importance of the privacy outcomes. Then, implementation tiers denote the degree of privacy risk management practices in place, ranging from partial to adaptive. These tiers are determined by evaluating various factors like current and target risk postures, threat environment, legal requirements, and resource constraints. It assists in assessing and conveying the maturity and efficacy of privacy risk management in place for both the enterprise and the cloud service provider. Another pivotal step is defining privacy requirements. This involves establishing specific privacy stipulations for cloud services and utilizing the COBIT framework and the Azure Audit program. Recall that the COBIT framework supplies a comprehensive set of goals, practices, roles, responsibilities, and metrics across the following 5 domains: evaluate, direct, and monitor, or EDM; align, plan, and organize, or APO; build, acquire, and implement, or BAI; deliver, service, and support, or abbreviated as DSS; and monitor, evaluate, and assess, or MEA. These domains contain varied processes detailed within the COBIT framework document. You can access this in additional resources. The Azure Audit program offers evaluative control statements and meticulous testing procedures across different areas of Azure deployment, such as governance, network configuration and management, identity and access management, resource security, logging and monitoring, security incident response, and data encryption controls. Each area includes specific objectives and controls that are in the Azure Audit program document. Feel free to access this document in additional resources a bit later. Next is privacy requirements derivation. Privacy requirements for cloud services are derived by aligning and integrating the COBIT framework with the Azure Audit program, adapting to the enterprise's specific context and needs. These requirements are expressed as statements that specify the expected outcomes and activities, such as establishing and implementing privacy governance frameworks, configuring and managing Azure network resources securely, implementing and maintaining identity and access management systems, securing Azure resources with appropriate controls, enabling and configuring logging and monitoring services, establishing and implementing security incident response plans, and encrypting personal and sensitive information both in transit and at rest in compliance with relevant domains of COBIT, areas of the Azure Audit program, and the NIST privacy framework. In this video, you learned that within cloud computing, where enterprises benefit from scalability, flexibility, and cost efficiency, but they also grapple with challenges such as data privacy, security, compliance, and governance. Properly organizing preparatory resources, understanding privacy capabilities, and clearly defining privacy requirements become paramount. By leveraging robust frameworks and standards like NIST, COBIT, and the Microsoft Azure Audit program, enterprises can adeptly navigate the complexities of cloud services. Through a systematic approach and the integration of these guiding resources, organizations can align their cloud strategies with business objectives, stakeholder expectations, and regulatory mandates, ensuring a secure and compliant cloud environment. Previously, you learned that the National Institute of Standards and Technology, or NIST, Control Objectives for Information and Related Technologies, or COBIT, and the Microsoft Azure Audit program are 3 frameworks that help enterprises achieve effective governance and management of their information and technology in the cloud. However, implementing these frameworks is not a one-time activity, but a continuous process that requires monitoring and adapting to changes in the cloud environment, the business objectives, the stakeholder needs, and the legal and regulatory requirements. In this video, you'll start learning about the privacy risk assessment, how to create privacy, and conclude with the steps and best practices for monitoring change in the context of these frameworks. The first step is to conduct a privacy risk assessment, or PRA, for cloud services that enterprises use or intend to use. But what is it? A PRA is a systematic process of identifying, analyzing, evaluating, and treating the privacy risks associated with the collection, processing, storage, transfer, and disclosure of personal data and other sensitive information in the cloud. A PRA can help an enterprise to determine the privacy impact and benefits of cloud services, privacy controls and measures that are needed to mitigate the privacy risks. It enhances the privacy benefits as well as the privacy roles and responsibilities of the enterprise and the cloud service provider, or CSP. It also helps an enterprise to comply with the legal and regulatory obligations such as the General Data Protection Regulation (GDPR), the Health Insurance Portability and Accountability Act or HIPAA, and the Payment Card Industry Data Security Standard, abbreviated as PCI DSS. The second step is to create a Privacy Requirements Traceability Matrix or PRTM for cloud services. A PRTM is a document that maps the privacy requirements derived from the PRA to the privacy controls and measures implemented by the enterprise and the CSP. A PRTM can help the enterprise to ensure that the privacy requirements are adequately and effectively addressed by the cloud services and aids in verifying and validating the privacy controls and measures. It assists the enterprise in communicating and coordinating with the CSP on privacy expectations and obligations and monitors and measures the privacy performance and compliance of the cloud services. The third step is to monitor change in the cloud environment, business objectives, stakeholder needs, and the legal and regulatory requirements. Change can occur due to various factors such as the introduction of new cloud services or features, the modification or termination of existing cloud services or contracts, the emergence of new privacy threats or incidents, the evolution of the business strategy or goals, the feedback or complaints from the data subjects or other stakeholders, and the updates or changes in the privacy laws or regulations. Change can affect the privacy risk profile, the privacy impact and benefits, privacy requirements, privacy controls and measures, and the privacy roles and responsibilities of the enterprise and the CSP. Therefore, the enterprise should establish a change management process that can identify, assess, approve, implement, document, and communicate the changes in a timely and consistent manner. The change management process should also involve updating the PRA and the PRTM accordingly and conducting periodic reviews and audits of the cloud services to ensure that they remain aligned with the privacy requirements and expectations. The NIST, COBIT, and the Microsoft Azure Audit Program frameworks can provide guidance and tools for the enterprise to conduct the PRA, create the PRTM, and monitor change in the cloud. For example, the NIST Privacy Framework provides a set of privacy outcomes and activities that can help the enterprise to identify and manage the privacy risks and opportunities in the cloud. Then, COBIT provides a set of governance and management objectives and practices that can help the enterprise to align the cloud services with the business objectives and stakeholder needs and to monitor and evaluate the cloud performance and compliance. The Microsoft Azure Audit Program provides a set of audit objectives and procedures that can help the enterprise to assess the adequacy and effectiveness of the Azure deployment and to ensure that the Azure implementation securely supports the operational and compliance objectives. In this video, you learned that it's imperative to ensure privacy and compliance in cloud environments. NIST, COBIT, and the Microsoft Azure Audit Program benefit enterprises by strategically navigating the dynamic landscape of cloud governance. Essential steps such as conducting a privacy risk assessment, creating a privacy requirements traceability matrix, and instituting robust change management processes are paramount. These not only help in identifying and mitigating risks, but also ensure that cloud services continuously align with evolving business objectives, stakeholder expectations, and regulatory demands. By adhering to these best practices, enterprises can foster a cloud environment that is both secure and compliant, bolstering stakeholder trust and operational resilience. Nice work completing laws and standards. By getting to this point, you should now have a stronger grasp of the major regulations and guidelines that every organization should adhere to when it comes to data management. You also became aware of the tools and features in Microsoft Azure that make compliance an easier goal to achieve. Before you move on, let's review the key concepts that you covered this week. You first became familiar with the Federal Information Security Management Act, or FISMA, a legislation in the US that established a framework for federal organizations to handle data securely. You found that FISMA is based on 6 primary categories, which are risk categorization, minimum baseline controls, document the controls in the system security plan, refine controls using a risk assessment procedure, annual security review, and monitoring the security controls on a continuous basis. The US government also has the Federal Risk and Authorization Management Program, or FedRAMP, which is a standardized approach for cloud services to be assessed, monitored, and authorized. Next, you learned about the National Institute of Standards and Technology, or NIST, the agency behind a universal framework that aligns sound cybersecurity practices with business objectives. The NIST framework enables organizations to describe their current cybersecurity posture, outline their cybersecurity goals, identify and prioritize opportunities for improvement within the context of a continuous and repeatable process, track progress to the desired state, and share information about cybersecurity risk with both internal and external parties. Following NIST, you were introduced to the Sarbanes-Oxley Act, or SOX, a US federal law intended to protect investors from fraudulent accounting activities by corporations. To do so, it protects investors through a transparent approach to financial information, enforces regular audits to ensure accuracy of financial statements, enhances accountability in corporate governance, and implements automated controls to minimize human error. You then became familiar with the General Data Protection Regulation, or GDPR. This is a law that mandates how organizations must handle the data of residents of the European Union. In short, GDPR allows individuals greater control over their information, such as having the rights to delete, access, or port their data upon request. Later, you shifted your attention to the standards set by the International Organization for Standardization, or ISO. You focused on ISO 27001 in particular, which relates to information security management aspects such as risk management and compliance. This standard establishes guidelines for an information security management system, or ISMS, by providing a framework for establishing, implementing, operating, monitoring, reviewing, maintaining, and improving an ISMS. You then explored some features of Microsoft Azure that assist with compliance to this standard. First, there was Azure Blueprints, a service for creating compliant templates known as blueprints to facilitate a move to the cloud. A blueprint encompasses Azure resources, policy assignments, role assignments, and more. Blueprints can be applied to different scopes such as subscriptions, resource groups, or management groups. You compared blueprints against Azure Resource Manager, or ARM templates. These are used to define and store cloud infrastructure as code, which enables easy deployment of similar environments. Blueprints can incorporate ARM template artifacts, ensuring easy integration. You were guided through the steps for creating a blueprint, including how to add role assignments, policy assignments, resource groups, and ARM templates. You next moved on to learning about control objectives for information and related technologies, otherwise known as COBIT. This is a framework for information technology, or IT, governance, and management. It helps organizations align their IT goals with their business objectives, optimize their IT resources and processes, and manage IT risks and compliance. COBIT consists of 4 main components: the COBIT core model, which defines essential elements of IT governance and management; the COBIT performance management system, to measure and monitor IT performance and outcomes; the COBIT design and implementation guides, which help with design and implementation of an IT governance and management system; and the COBIT assessment program for evaluating IT processes against the ISO/IEC 15504 standard. Finally, you discovered the Azure Audit program, a guide for auditors to appraise the adequacy of Microsoft Azure's cloud services across several domains. These are governance, network configuration and management, identity and access management, resource security, logging and monitoring, security incident response, and data encryption controls. You learned that information security frameworks can best serve organizations when a few key practices are followed, namely, determining privacy capabilities, defining privacy requirements, conducting privacy risk assessments, creating a privacy requirements traceability matrix, and monitoring changes in the cloud environment, business objectives, stakeholder needs, and the legal and regulatory requirements. By completing laws and standards, you better understand the regulations and guidelines that mandate how organizations manage data, and you know how to use Microsoft Azure solutions to ensure compliance with these requirements. Well done. You're almost at the end of cybersecurity management and compliance. During this phase of your journey, you've greatly increased your understanding of what it takes to set up a cloud environment in a secure and compliant manner. You've taken in new ideas through videos and readings, and you applied what you learned in quizzes and exercises. Next, you'll synthesize all this knowledge to complete a final project and a comprehensive assessment. But before you do, let's revisit the most important concepts that you became familiar with over the past several weeks. In cloud security planning, you became aware of the key security considerations for planning a cloud-based system, such as preparing for service disruptions using tools like Azure Site Recovery and Azure Backup, and best practices for data storage and disposal, securing network access, and safeguarding physical infrastructure. You also discovered enterprise application integration for securely sharing data across applications to create a more streamlined workflow, and collecting, storing, and analyzing security logs with Azure Monitor, Azure Sentinel, and Log Analytics. You then learned about the Azure Cloud Adoption Framework, or CAF, an approach which combines best practices, documentation, tools, and assessments to facilitate a move to the cloud. CAF is guided by 5 points of security to prioritize data safety, which are Zero Trust Access Control, security operations focusing on detection, including response and recovery, asset protection strategies, security governance for maintaining a consistent security posture, and innovative security practices that align with operational practices. You were then introduced to Microsoft's 6 privacy principles that guide data management and administration and inform many Microsoft tools and services. These are user control, transparency, security, legal protections, no content-based targeting, and benefits for the customer. You concluded this week by learning about steps to achieve availability and continuity. Availability refers to the accessibility and functionality of systems and services, whereas continuity involves maintaining critical business functions or quickly recovering after a disaster or failure. Next, you learned about compliance management, or ensuring organizational adherence to regulatory, legal, and company standards and policies. Microsoft Purview, a comprehensive data management solution, aids this process with tools such as records management for organizing legal and business-critical records, automated data classification with pattern-based sensitive information types and AI-powered trainable classifiers, Microsoft Purview Data Map for better understanding the where, who, and how of an organization's data, and Microsoft Purview Policy for specifying actions, effects, data resources, and subjects with policy statements. You found that, on top of external threats, organizations must be mindful of insider risk, which concerns the potential of sensitive data being compromised by authorized users, either by accident or intentionally. Microsoft tools for mitigating these risks include user activity reports and the alerts dashboard in Purview, and communication compliance, information barriers, and privileged access management in Microsoft 365. You then continued to information protection and data lifecycle. This lifecycle consists of the creation or capture of data, processing data to prepare it for use or analysis, accessing and making use of the data, archiving data that may be useful later, and deleting or purging data that is not needed. Microsoft has identified 4 guiding principles for engaging with data throughout the lifecycle, which are to know your data, such as the categories and risks that are present, protect it to prevent unwanted access, prevent data loss by limiting sharing, and govern data to ensure proper retention and disposal. You explored the features of Microsoft Purview that help organizations align with these principles, such as labels and classes for categorizing data and specifying sensitivity, policies to set conditional access and privileges, and disposition review for informed decision-making on data retention or disposal. Moving on, you became aware of major regulations and guidelines that concern data management. These include the Federal Information Security Management Act, or FISMA, a U.S. legislation that bolsters the security framework for federal information systems, and the National Institute of Standards and Technology, or NIST, a globally recognized framework that helps organizations systematically manage cybersecurity risk. There is also the Sarbanes-Oxley Act, or SOX, a US law that protects investors from fraudulent accounting activities, and the General Data Protection Regulation, or GDPR, which sets regulations for organizations that handle the data of European Union or EU residents. You next examined the security standards defined by the International Organization for Standardization, or ISO. The ISO 27001 standard in particular features guidelines for an information security management system, or ISMS. It provides a framework for establishing, implementing, operating, monitoring, reviewing, maintaining, and improving an ISMS. To align with these standards, Microsoft offers Azure Blueprint, a tool for setting up Azure services and resources in a consistent and compliant manner. A blueprint is essentially a template that encompasses Azure resources, policy assignments, role assignments, and more. Blueprints combine well with Azure Resource Manager, or ARM templates, which define and store cloud infrastructure as code for easy deployment of similar environments. You closed out the week with Control Objectives for Information and Related Technologies, or COBIT. This frame helps organizations align their information technology, or IT goals with their business objectives, optimize their IT resources and processes, and manage IT risks and compliance. Microsoft's Azure Audit program is informed by COBIT standards and guides auditors to assess implementation of cloud services across several domains, which are governance, network configuration and management, identity and access management, resource security, logging and monitoring, security incident response, and data encryption controls. And that wraps up this review of what you learned in cybersecurity management and compliance. Now that you've built a strong base of knowledge on cloud security planning, compliance management using Microsoft solutions, and laws and standards concerning the handling of data, you're ready to prove yourself by completing the final project and the final course assessment. Good luck. Congratulations on reaching the end of the Cybersecurity Management and Compliance course. You now know that in the absence of any organization lacking a robust security posture, security vulnerabilities can be leveraged to gain access to confidential and sensitive information. Cybercriminals are always on the prowl for loopholes or vulnerabilities that can be exploited. Therefore, every organization must comply with changing laws and industry standards to maintain security control and avoid any breaches. It's imperative that they are proactive in their approach by continuously monitoring and assessing devices, networks, and systems. Failing to do so can lead to financial or legal penalties, mistrust between customers and stakeholders, or reputational damage which is difficult to recover from. However, you can avoid consequences such as these because you have covered data and record management, information security, implementing standards and policies, cloud adoption frameworks, and regulatory compliance frameworks. By getting to this point, you should have a solid high-level understanding of how to better manage your cybersecurity, increase your security posture to avoid breaches, and ensure that you adhere to laws and standards to become compliant. You examined areas in security administration where you specifically addressed security planning and disaster recovery, as well as data management and availability. In compliance solutions, you realize why data and records management, as well as insider risk threat detection and mitigation, are important. This included dealing with data mapping and the data lifecycle. You then concluded with laws and standards where you zoned in on industry and geopolitical specific regulations. You know what the Trust Portal is and how to use it to adhere to these laws for organizational compliance. So essentially, you learned about the principles of cloud security planning, what the identity security requirements for cloud architecture are, Microsoft's privacy principles, and the available tools you have at your disposal for compliance management. Remember that completing this course contributes towards gaining the Cybersecurity Analyst Professional Certificate from Coursera. This professional certificate is designed to equip you with the necessary skills to become job-ready for an in-demand career in cybersecurity. All the courses in this program, including the one you just completed, prepare you for the exam SC900 Microsoft Security, Compliance and Identity Fundamentals. This globally recognized certification is industry-endorsed evidence of your technical skills and knowledge. The SC 900 exam measures your ability to describe the following: concepts of security, compliance, and identity, capabilities of Microsoft Azure Active Directory, which is part of Microsoft Entra, capabilities of Microsoft Security Solutions, and capabilities of Microsoft Compliance Solutions. To complete the exam, you should be familiar with Microsoft Azure and Microsoft 365 and understand how Microsoft Security, Compliance, and Identity Strategies provides an end-to-end solution across these platforms. Visit the Microsoft Certifications page at www.learn.microsoft.com/certifications to learn more about the Security, Compliance, and Identity Fundamental Certification and exam. So, you've now established how compliance tools can help your organization in adhering to the various laws and standards. But what comes next? There's still so much to learn, so a good move would be to dig deeper into cloud-based security. You can do so by registering for the next course in the program. Doing so will only enhance your cybersecurity analyst portfolio and help you gain the appropriate skills that you need to demonstrate your abilities in the workplace. Completing all the courses in the Microsoft Cybersecurity Analyst program will signal to potential employers that you are a willing, motivated, and capable individual. Through such significant progress, you've demonstrated that you have grit and perseverance, bringing you thus far. Well done. I'm excited for the rest of your journey ahead. So, keep up the good work.